Hello everyone, Loksa here. Hope I'm audible
Hi,
to all.
yes, you are audible. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give couple more minutes to others to join. Can see still people are joining. All right, so let's get started. Let me share my screen. So you're all here for DevOps training.
Yes.
All right, so good morning all. I'm Loksai. I'll be your instructor for this training program. So we are here for our DevOps training, and today will be the introduction. So before we get into the actual course content and the plan, let's have a quick introduction about the course content, what we are going to learn about, and I would like to understand about your profile, your experience, and your expectation in this training. So let's have a quick round of introduction. Well, yeah, I'm a DevOps architect. I do DevOps consulting as well as corporate trainings. So with around 16 plus years of experience in IT, I do have experience in application development as well as cloud migration, and currently working on DevOps implementations and legacy modernization. This is what my current role. And when it comes to the training requirements, I have handled various corporate trainings like Cognizant, IBM, SunGuard, Vantas, in order to fulfill their project requirements as well as the tools requirement. And also I do consulting for most of the organizations to adopt to their cloud platform and as well as to implement DevOps. And I'm a certified AWS solutions architect professional. Azure Certified System Administrator, as well as Azure Certified DevOps Engineer Professional. So yeah, this is about me. So first thing first. So from your end, please ensure that you have your network connectivity. Everything is, appropriate there. Hope I'm audible to all. I just need a confirmation from everyone. So before I join the session, before I start the session, I ensure that the network and the audio device, whatever I use for connection, everything is appropriate. And same thing is expected from you people as well. Because in order to ensure a smooth training, we expect everyone to be in sync. So there should not be any network issue or issue related to the audio or screen sharing. Correct. So please ensure that. That's why I at least 5-10 minutes earlier you could join the session and ensure that everything is working as expected. And second thing is it's an online
Hi,
training.
Lopsy. Good morning. Sorry. Actually, your voice is very low, so everyone is also pinging on chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing that, but it's not for everyone, right? Like others can able to see properly. What's the problem there?
See, everyone is, I think, writing on the chat.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, the
Voice
voice
is fine. It's good for
No,
me.
I'm getting
it's
feedback from
manageable.
everyone. Yeah. So please ensure that you have a, yeah,
Yeah, now it's better, right?
okay. All right. Yeah, I can see still people are joining. Okay. Like I didn't get the count also. Let me check. Hope you all received your course curriculum, right? What you're going to learn. What is the content? Did you get a chance to go through that?
No, not received.
Okay. Fine. So let me give you an introduction to training as well. Okay, what you're going to learn, what are the topics you're going to cover as part of the training program. And as you all know, this training will be for this month, right? Like it's a weekend program. Um, 30th September. And so timing would be like 9:30 to 1:30. Hope you all comfortable with this timing.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
All right. So I'll be here available on every Saturday, Sunday morning, 9 a.m. sharp. So I expect everyone to be on time. That is a very primary requirement. And it will go for 4 hours. Okay, 9:30 to 1:30 will be the 4 hours training session. And I'll be giving the list of modules that you're going to cover as part of this training. So today is day 1. It is 30th September. Yes, so guys, for your information, all these sessions are getting recorded. So you'll be getting the recordings once the session is over on daily basis. The recordings, the link will be shared with you people. Even you can able to access it offline. It will be available for your lifetime access. And on daily basis, what are the class notes and materials required for your training? I'll be sharing it with you people. And in addition to that, you'll be working on some labs as well. Okay, so we will be using some cloud platform like AWS to practice all the DevOps related tools. Right. So before we actually get into the list of course content and the topics, I just want to understand from you people, okay, like what is your expectation? What is your experience? What made you choose this course, right? So let's say, for example, before you start, you must have done some research, like what do you know about DevOps? I just want to understand from your end, if you can. You can put in chat window also. There's no need to use your mic. Just put in chat window about your expectation and guys, I'm audible.
Oh, you said we
Yes,
should
you are
write it
audible.
in the chat.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so just let me give a heads up. This is Hari.
Yes.
Uh, I have 14 years of experience in the IT industry. Currently, I'm working as a technical manager and Scrum Master. And we have a couple of things in pipeline going forward. Is I'm going to be to the responsibility of complete CI/CD and infrastructure. Already I have basic knowledge how things works, but detailedly I need to go through the components what we can use for DevOps. So that's my intention to join.
Good to hear. Thanks for sharing. Anyone else would like to?
Yeah, this is Silam Puranan. I have 13 years of experience in IT, and I have worked with uh, DevOps. Basic knowledge I have, and past 1 year I have worked with and DevOps as well. So we used the Git as a repository and Git and AWS. So have some knowledge in Docker and Kubernetes. So it's overall it's a basic understanding, and I learn and implement. But I need to know the in-depth about the tools, end-to-end tools which we are using in the DevOps. Yeah,
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thanks.
yeah. Thank you.
So any freshers here, people who are just completed the graduation or people who are completely new to DevOps?
Myself.
Yeah, myself also. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
new to the
myself
DevOps.
also.
Okay, so I guess
I'm
I
also
must, okay. So I guess you must be a fresher from college, just recently completed graduation, or you must be from different stream
N-
and DevOps must
no,
be different.
actually, we are not a fresher, but we don't have knowledge about DevOps and that all the related tools.
That is what my question actually. So
Yeah,
if you are
yeah.
completely new to DevOps, you were working on some stream, already you're working your expertise in that area. So what made you choose this? Why you are towards DevOps now?
Change of career for me.
Because that is what the key point, right? We should, before we learn something, there should be a trigger, right? We should, that interest, how you got that. That's what I just wanted to understand. Like
So
sometimes we'll be learning, we'll be working in an environment for many years, and due to some project expectation or demand, we are forced to learn this, right? That also happens sometimes.
yeah, so I've always worked as a business analyst, but over the years it's become more, the requirements have become more technical to have that knowledge, which I don't. So this is my way of introducing it to myself.
Okay, I'm speaking with.
Tayo.
Okay, so fine. So what is your business analyst, right? You are into any technical background?
No, none.
Okay.
No technical background.
Mhm. Okay. All right. So anyone else want to proceed?
Hi, this is Mitul here.
Yep.
I'm carrying 11 plus years of experience in IT technical, and I have worked with few, healthcare industries like eClinical Works, Hops Healthcare, then Medicine, and now I'm with All Scripts. So I'm in, like IT project manager, and DevOps is something like in my industry, there is a continuous demand to upgrade the skills. So DevOps, why I chose that in future, I'm interested to work on these all tools like Kubernetes and Docker, especially. And I would like to opt in the certificates for Kubernetes, like certified Kubernetes administrator, and there is another certificate I don't know what is about. So that's what, like, make me choose this course.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Amit this side.
Yeah.
So I have a total 12-year experience as in the IT industry. Okay, I'm working as a IT support manager. So I'm looking forward to get the knowledge of the tools and especially for the DevOps tools.
Okay. Good. So anyone from the freshers point of view, like who just completed graduation, any freshers in this batch? No. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your inputs. So this is just to know, understand your current profile and your expectation, and accordingly I can able to plan the sessions, because as per my workflow, right, whenever I consider a training, so I do train the people from various streams, from various industries. Okay, so if you are all completely the experienced people who are already having experience in DevOps, and if you want to gain more knowledge on DevOps, that level of training would be completely different. Okay, and even if there is a fresher in my batch, my training workflow will start on freshers point of view. So I ensure that every fresher, fresher to DevOps who are completely new to DevOps here can able to understand the fundamentals thoroughly. And with this knowledge, you will be gaining a confidence to work on your real-time projects. Got it? So on that point of view, I'll just drive this training. And what are the modules we're going to cover? I'll be, starting from the scratch. That will help you to understand the core basics, and then you should be able to independently work on the module. Okay, for your experience level. On that perspective, I'll just drive this. Hope that will help.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. No problem, Harsha. Thanks for the sharing that. Thank you. Thank you. So now let's have a quick glimpse of our training program. So we have just started today, and so this is what the training duration, right? Hope you're aware of it. And it means hardly 10 days. That is 40 hours.
So you're sharing the screen, like I can see introduction to DevOps.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
on this page.
Yeah.
So duration is 10 days of training, and it'll go for 40 hours. So this 40 hours of DevOps crash course. Okay. So this 40 hours of DevOps crash course, we are going to learn many important DevOps modules. So let me show you the list of modules that we are going to cover as part of this. So this is what the course curriculum, and here we are going to focus on each and every aspect of DevOps that is required for any fresher or the laterals. So in module 1, we're going to understand the fundamentals of DevOps, what is DevOps is all about, how DevOps is going to, used in the real-time environments, what are the use cases, and on top of it, how DevOps is going to add value to your career. On that perspective, we'll be learning about the fundamentals of DevOps, so which includes all the basic topics with respect to DevOps stages, DevOps tool stack, and the workflow. And also we'll have a quick introduction to the cloud computing. So because in today's scenario, we can't, split DevOps and cloud. Okay, both should go hand in hand so that it'll be easy for us to implement the things in a better way. So as part of this module, you'll be learning about the fundamentals of DevOps, introduction to DevOps, and also you'll be accessing to your cloud platform for further practice. Because all our upcoming modules like Git, Ansible, Terraform, Docker, Kubernetes, all the things we need a working environment. So for that, we'll be using AWS free tier account. So that I'll show you how to create and
Awesome.
right. And the next module in the list is about managing the source code repositories using Git. Managing source code repositories using Git. So here in this module, you'll be learning about the Git repository management, how the application team maintains the source code and creates the source code version and version control in the repository, and what are the various activities we can perform on the remote repositories. Right. And this module also includes the practicals where you'll be focusing from the scratch, how to install Git, how to manage the Git, how to create the repositories, how to manage the local remote repositories. On the perspective, you'll be learning many things here. And once the source code is maintained here, next we'll talk about the build activity. Let's say I have created a source code and is available in my repository. So how I can able to perform the build? What is build actually? What are the build tools you're going to use? So we'll be working on that as well as we'll be seeing some demo on that. Right. And then comes your Docker. Docker is basically a containerization process through which we can able to package your applications. So whenever you create any application artifacts, that has to be packaged for further deployments. So using Docker, we can able to containerize your applications. And once it is containerized, okay, once it is packaged, we can able to publish the package to a common repository. And from there, we can able to pick it for deployments. So in order to automate the deployments, in order to automate the package creation and execution, and not to automate the build activity, we'll be using the Jenkins module. So Jenkins means it's a build orchestration tool through which you can able to create an end-to-end CST pipeline, the complete automation process. So how to write a script to automate our build and deployments, we'll see in this Jenkins module. And once the Jenkins module is done, then we'll be focusing on something related to your Kubernetes. Like again, we'll be coming back to Docker and understand the fundamentals of deployment process, like using Docker Compose, Docker networking, Docker Swarm, and then we'll be focusing on the Kubernetes module. So Kubernetes is something used for deploying your containerized applications. Right, it is a container orchestration tool through which we can able to deploy our applications. So we'll talk about that also. And the main advantage of this training program is this training is focused in all the open source DevOps tools. Like what are tools you're going to learn here? All these things are open source DevOps tools. And since it's the open source DevOps tools, you will be having a complete ownership of the tool. You'll be installing the tool from the scratch in your own machine, and you can able to manage it by yourself, through which you can learn many things. And upon this Kubernetes module, we have something called configuration management, where you'll be using Ansible for configuration management. This is something how you can able to automate the server configurations. And here also we'll be focusing something on your Terraform. I'll be giving you fundamentals of Terraform also. And finally, we'll be focusing on the monitoring, like using Prometheus and Grafana. We'll be learning about this. So ultimately, if you look into the list, we'll be learning about the introduction of DevOps and the DevOps tools like Git, Jenkins, and build tools, uh, Docker, Kubernetes, Ansible, Terraform, Prometheus, and Grafana. All right. So these are the major tools we're going to cover, and it's all used on day-to-day basis. Even if you take any real-time projects also, definitely these are the tools we are being used. Some environments, they'll be using it as open source tools, and some places they'll be using as a managed services. So I'll talk about that in detail. Any questions? The list of tools we are going to cover. Guys?
I have one. Basically, for automation, do we need any scripting language to learn?
Yes. So whenever we talk about the Jenkins, your Kubernetes, Ansible, Terraform, all these things are used to automate the process. Like if you want to automate your build and deployments, if you want to automate the just deployments, or if you want to automate the infrastructure provisioning and configuration, we'll be using these tools. And when it comes to the tools level, we need to use some scripting languages. The scripting language means from the base, if you say we have something called shell scripting, and if you're using Jenkins means you'll be learning about Groovy scripting. And if it is Ansible or Kubernetes, you need to learn about YAML scripting. And apart from this, there is something called Python scripting. So Python also, it's one of the important scripting languages that helps for automation. These are some prerequisites. So don't worry, while working in Jenkins module, I'll show you how to use Groovy scripting. And also while working in Kubernetes Ansible, we'll be learning about YAML. The shell scripting and Python scripting is something, like a self-paced learning. If you want, I can share some reference materials and documents for you to prepare that. And don't worry, at each and every level, we'll be learning some shell command, shell scripting only, starting from the Git module.
Also, if possible, can you please share some resources about Linux architecture or Linux based commands?
Yeah, we'll talk about it because as part of the introduction module, we have the introduction to cloud computing, right? So there I'll show you how to create an Linux machines in AWS cloud platform. We'll see how to work with various streams of Linux like Ubuntu machine or CentOS.
Thank you.
Right. So any other questions? Hope at least you're getting some idea, right? What you're going to learn, for what purpose you're going to learn all these things. Guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I strongly recommend to have a continuous interaction. What are the questions you have? What are the things you want to share? You can, without any hesitation, you can ask so that you can learn many things. Because it's a completely online, right? So only if there is a proper interaction, we'll get more interest to learn new things. So next 10 days, we are going to learn about all these topics. And yeah, one more. Let's get into the topic now. So according to you, at this point of time, what is DevOps? Definitely, you must have done some research before taking this course, right? Just tell me, whatever it is, what are things you came across?
So basically, DevOps will help us to simplify the process. We can put across the tools like we can talk about what are the tools we have by using that. We can speed up. We can help the technical operations developers and other teams to work together and deliver the needs ASAP. And moreover, how fast or how quick these tools will help us to build our highly uh, quick environment. I can say that we can cut down the gaps between the teams. So all together, it's like cross-functional teams all together work together, and whatever the process inside any of the teams and between the teams that can be uh, that can be implemented or used in a proper way. That's what I can tell now.
Right.
Yeah, maybe I can say that DevOps is a practice that enables the development and operations development and operations team to accelerate the delivery via the automation and fast feedback and it's iterative improvements in the every stages of that delivery. So it gives the shippable product on we sprint on sprint. So end to end, we can do the testing and all the things will be in automated manner. Means it will give the speed up the process of delivering the software to the customer.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Thanks for those inputs. So let's make it very simple. Okay. Anyways, we are going to articulate all these things with these set of tools. But to start with, okay, let's make it simple. So I'm not going to answer this question right away because before we actually talk about DevOps, we have to concern about many factors. Okay, so let's start from the scratch. Since most of you are from a different stream, you are already expert in different stream, and people are new to DevOps. So for people who are completely new to DevOps, in order to understand the importance and the capability of DevOps, you should just go back and understand some fundamentals. So ultimately, whenever we talk about the IT, we are here to develop some softwares and release the software based upon business requirements, right? Ultimately, we are here to develop and deliver the software. That is what the entire IT industry is meant for. So, in order to do that, first you should understand what is a software. Okay, what are the various types of software? Okay, so software is nothing but any application can be collection of programs, right? And what are different types of software? In the sense, the software can be of any type, like it can be your desktop application software, or it can be your web application software, or it can be a mobile application, right? So these are three levels of softwares we can able to see. And apart from that, on a high level, if you see, the softwares are at two category. One we call it as application software, and another thing is system software. So we are going to promptly focus on application software. Application software means it can be made for any application. It can be for your desktop application, web applications, or mobile applications. So what does that desktop application means? any application that runs in a desktop machine. Like it can be your billing system, which we use on your supermarkets. It can be any software that you run on your desktop. All these things we call it as a desktop applications. And mobile application means all your mobile apps. What are the applications you are running in your mobile device, your tablets? All these things we call it as a mobile applications. And similarly, we have something called web applications that you access through your web browser. So these applications are meant for certain purpose, for certain business, right? So let's say, for example, we have some online applications like e-commerce, correct? Hope you are aware of this. Any example?
Amazon, Flipkart.
Amazon, Flipkart.
So you must
Yeah.
be, even they just released a festival offer also, right?
Yeah.
So at least we should start our things. So here, e-commerce is one of the web application through which you can able to implement your e-commerce business. Like this, at each and every level, there are various types of applications. That all comes under the application software. And what about system software? Any software that is meant for the system. Like if you're talking about desktop machine, if you're talking about a web application servers, if you're talking about mobile devices, each and every device or each and every system has its own software, right? Like we talk about operating system, OS is one software through which you can interact with the hardware devices. And to support the OS, we use some middleware products. We use some driver softwares. So all these things we call it as a system softwares. So most of the time system softwares are embedded in the chip level programming. So we are talking about the microprocessor. So that microprocessor is embedded with some code, some programs, right? So that is what we call the chip level programming. So all these things comes under the system softwares. Clear? So whatever the scenario it is, whether it is application software or system softwares, how the softwares are developed, how it is created, you should understand that process first. Let's say, for example, today, my requirement is I want to create e-shopping portal. This is my requirement. Okay, I just want to introduce a new shopping, or as a corporate trainer, I just want to introduce the e-learning portal. This is my requirement. So if I approach any of the IT service provider, what they will do, how they will start to create this product, what are the steps involved? As like that, they can't create a website and add it and add the users, right? So there are a lot of stages involved to create a e-commerce portal or any application. So how it is developed means by using a process called SDLC. SDLC means software
Development lifecycle.
development life cycle. Okay. So software development life cycle. Using the software development life cycle process, we just develop any application softwares. Even for system softwares also, we'll be using the same strategy, but it will be depends upon the system level, not at the application level. So now, what are the various process we do in this SDLC means? Like starting from our, whenever you got a requirement, first you'll be doing the assessment, right? Analysis. So requirement, analysis. This will be the very first activity we do on this process. So when you get a new requirement, first you have to properly analyze the requirement. What is it actually, and what is the actual expectation from the customer? Are we really good with the requirement or not? Did we really understood the requirement or not? And whether that requirement is feasible, how much resources we need to complete the requirement, how much duration it takes to complete the requirement. So all this thing has to be analyzed at the very initial stage. And once analysis is completed, what are things you have analyzed that you're going to document and design it? Right, that is what we call it as a design phase. So design means what are things you have analyzed as part of your analysis or assessment, you'll be designing it. Because once you keep it documented, right, it will be easy for everyone to review and stick to the process. So first analyze the thing, based upon analysis the result, just design the document, and once the design is approved by the customer, correct, once it is fulfilling all the requirements, then it will be subjected to development. Develop means actual coding. So developers will use their programming language, which programming language used for the purpose, they can able to use the programming language and code it. Once the coding is completed, they'll be testing it. So testing is one of the important phase through which we can able to ensure that what are the things we have analyzed, what are the things we have designed, developer has coded it without any deviation. So whether the customer's expectation is satisfied or not, that will be ensured only with proper testing. And once the testing is completed, then we'll be implementing it. Implementation means what? It is a production release. You'll be releasing the products. And upon releasing a product, you'll be doing some maintenance or monitoring. So these are the various stages involved in your SDLC process, a typical SDLC process. And we were using this process not just for today, okay? It has been used for many years, okay? Even 60, 70 years when the computing was introduced, till since then, this process is in place. So in order to achieve this, there are various strategies, various execution process were implemented. So all these things can be very well implemented by using the waterfall model. So what does a waterfall model means? This waterfall model is used to implement all these things. What are stages we have seen so far? Using this waterfall model, achieve this. And this waterfall model, it is linear in fashion. It is linear in fashion. It means it will just start from the very first stage and goes till the end in a sequential manner. You can't go and deviate the workflow. Once it is designed, you have to strictly follow the design and implement. That is what the thing. And another important thing is we can't go back and revise the plan or design. Means once the plan design is finalized, once it is approved, you have to stick to that. In between, if customer is coming up with the new requirements, that will be considered as a new requirement or a new project. We can't accommodate here. So these are the basic properties of your waterfall model. Any question? Fine. So now this waterfall model was very much helpful for the early generation. Okay, in early generation, we just create the application and that will be properly designed, planned and implemented. And if you create any product also, the product will be like a static product. You just create a product and it will be released. Because earlier there were no much online transactions. There is no much online implementations. So everything is considered static software. You just create a software and release it. If you want to make any new changes, just create a new version of the software and release it. That is how it was happening. But now in current generation, in today's scenario, in today's business scenario, assume that we have started with this product. You are asked to create this web application. The requirement is to create an e-commerce portal. So in order to achieve this, if you're following all these steps, means what we'll do very first thing, we'll be doing a requirement analysis. So in this requirement analysis, assume that we came to know that it takes at least 6 to 9 months to complete. Product. Okay, it won't take 6 to 9 months. No, just within 2 months you can complete this. That's not a big deal. I'm just giving you some example. So here, to complete this project, as per the analysis, we have noticed that it takes around 6 to 9 months. So for 6 to 9 months, we are going to create this product, and it has been designed and approved also, it's fine. Now, assume that the developer has started the coding and the project is almost in the 5th month. Okay, during the 5th month of the project, there is some development and testing is happening. So during that phase, if customer want to introduce any new feature, like he's saying like already we have planned for something, but now we want to introduce new feature to this particular project, means it is not possible in waterfall model. That's what the main drawback of waterfall model. Got it? So the main drawback here, cannot accommodate the new requirement or new changes in it. Perfect. So if any new changes comes in, it should be considered as a new project. So that is what the main drawback in waterfall model. Okay, we can't achieve it because in today's business scenario, I can't wait for 9 months to introduce a new service, right? So in waterfall models, this will be considered as a core project with the basic requirement. And whenever the customer is coming up with the new requirement, again, they'll be starting all these things to from the scratch. Like this is a version 1 enhancement project. And this they'll just assign around 1 or 2 months to complete this new requirement. So like this, whenever the customer is coming up with new requirement, it will be considered altogether as a new change request and it will be processed. Okay, this was acceptable in earlier days, but now in this era of cloud and in this era of online transactions, mobile transactions, we can't wait for such a long time. So not to overcome these difficulties only, we were moved into agile methodology. So follow with me. Guys, hope I'm audible to all.
Yes.
Okay. So in agile methodology also, we are going to follow the same SDLC strategy. Okay, the SDLC strategy will never change. It is just we are going to perform the same activity. And here the point is, we are not going to create the application as a whole. As like your waterfall model, we are not going to consider the entire project as a whole application. What we do means first we will split the whole application into various modules. Like for example, in my e-commerce portal, like what do you call this? E-learning portal. So what will be the very first module I can say? User registration. And I can say user login. And I can say user to search code. And then user to register. And then user to pay. So like this, there are various activities we can able to perform in this particular module. These are the various tasks that you will do in this portal. Like this, if you take your Amazon.com as the end user, first you will log in, you will create an account, you will log into the account, you'll search for a product, and you'll be placing your order. All these things are some activities. So whatever the application will be developed, first it will be divided into various modules, and these modules are also called as iterations. All right, in agile methodology, all these things are called as an iteration. So what happens now? The very first module or iteration will be independently processed. I can call it as iteration 1 for my registration module. So this module will be properly analyzed. Now we are not going to analyze the entire project. We are going to analyze based upon the iteration. So independently, this iteration will be properly analyzed, designed, developed, tested, and implemented. Similarly, the next iteration 2. This is for user login. So like this, how many iterations you have, how many modules you have, each and every module can be independently analyzed, designed, developed, and tested. And which will allow the team to accommodate the parallel development. More than one team or more than one developers can able to work on all these modules in general. So now, while we are working on this particular project, if customer is approaching you to introduce a new feature, or if they want to add new capability to this, what means we can accommodate it. We can able to add that as a new iteration altogether, and that can be handled independently. Change request. So this is how the agile methodology are able to accommodate any new changing requirements from the customer, and it can be independently developed and tested. Hope you can understand the difference between waterfall and agile methodology, guys.
Yes.
Any questions here from anyone? Are you able to understand? Am I making it clear to all?
Yes, I.
Okay, thank you. So now the point is, using agile methodology, what are things we can able to achieve? We can able to achieve continuous development, continuous integration, continuous delivery, and even you can able to say continuous testing. Okay, so these are the 4 important activities we can able to achieve using agile methodology. Continuous development means whenever the new requirement comes in, we are not waiting for others. Okay, we can able to independently develop it by creating a new iteration. Let's say today my developer is working on this thing, means I can assign one more iteration for the same developer or different developer to continue the development activity. So my coding activity will not stop there. Similarly, once the developer has completed the coding, they can able to immediately test their changes without any impact. That's what continuous testing means. So in order to do the testing, they need to integrate the code for testing. Like for example, I have 4 or 5 iterations. All the changes has to be integrated together and it will be tested. And once the testing is completed, we can deliver it to the production environment. So this can be achieved. But the main issue in Agile methodology is using Agile we can achieve continuous delivery, but not continuous deployment. So this is the main drawback of Agile methodology. Okay, we can able to achieve continuous delivery, but we cannot achieve continuous deployment. So what is the difference between continuous delivery and deployment? That it should be very clear. So whenever we talk about the Agile methodology, as I said, the whole application is split into various modules, and each and every module can be independently developed by the developers, and it can be tested, and it can be delivered. But in order to deliver this product, right, they have to seek approval from all the stakeholders. Who are all the teams involved in the process? It can be the infra team, it can be the testing team, it can be development team, the release management team, every team, all the teams who are involved in the process, they should give approval. And without proper approval, you can't move anything to the production environment. Clear? So that's what we call it as a continuous delivery means. Any production release. So this is what the main issue here in continuous delivery approach. This requires a manual approval for any production release. But if you're talking about continuous deployment means okay, that is what it means. So any manual approval or intervention to production release. So this is how we should be able to understand. So that is the main drawback of Agile methodology. We can achieve continuous delivery with proper approval. And if any one of the team is not approving, then you can't release to prod. But continuous deployment means it is the capability of your entire SDLC process to automatically deploy your product to the production environment without any manual intervention. That's what the capability here. And this capability is what required in today's market. Because for each and every release, I can't wait for approval. Whatever I did, I just want to move to production environment automatically without any manual intervention. So which cannot be achieved using Agile methodology because of its process, because of its strategy. So in order to overcome this issue only, we are introducing to DevOps. All right. So ultimately DevOps is a software development strategy. Okay. Ultimately, DevOps also starts from the strategy. It uses all the phases of SDLC, like requirement analysis, design, code, everything. But the way it implements, it's completely different. So the ultimate goal of DevOps on technical perspective is to achieve continuous deployment. On process perspective, there are very many factors, but on technical perspective, we introduce DevOps to achieve this particular process. So, any question here? So, can you able to understand the evolution now? How we are moving towards DevOps? Why we are leading towards DevOps? Can you able to understand the?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Kalki here. Just wanted to ask, in the continuous deployment stage, are you referring to the product being released directly from the development environment to the production without any approval?
Yes, that's what it means. Doesn't require any manual approval.
Won't it be how to say, if there is no proper testing done from the testing environment or the development environment, and it's deployed into the production?
No. See, from development to production means without testing, we never deploy to production. Okay. So from development to production intermediate, we have a testing phase.
Yes.
So the testing also should be done, and then it will be automatically promoted to the production environment.
Okay. Here in the previous version, that is in Agile, there used to be approvals granted by the test management or the release management, because they would have reviewed the code, they would have done their internal whatever investigation they have to do, they will do that and then provide the approval so that it can successfully pass through the to the production environment. But if we do the automation in such a way that the code gets released directly into the production, then there won't be anybody to question, right? How, if there is a fault in the production, then how will people get to know from where the fault was if there's no approval?
Yeah, we are making the process automation, right? In DevOps, the process will be continuous, like continuous CI/CD pipeline, like continuous integration, continuous deployment.
Yes, but
We
if
can make the
something
things
fails in
automate.
production,
Yeah, there will be some kind of.
That is what you're going to learn actually.
Okay.
You are in an agile mindset. Okay, definitely all these things will be a very big puzzle for you. Right?
Yeah.
So as I said, DevOps is a soft development strategy. Okay, we have a lot many things to talk about it here. But before
Okay.
we talk about that, first we should clearly understand why we can't achieve this in agile. Right? If you're talking about
Okay.
agile methodology means it can able to perform continuous delivery. It means as just now you said, in agile methodology you have a release manager's approval, the testing team's approval, and they will do all sort of review and then will be promoting it, right?
Yes.
But why can't you automate all those things in agile? What is stopping there? Can't you automate those processes?
Yes. Yes.
Can't do it in agile methodology because the basic property of agile methodology will not allow that. It is not meant for that purpose.
Okay.
So in order to overcome that only, we are going to simply use DevOps process, and DevOps is not a tool. It is just a strategy. Strategy means a process. So through this process, we can achieve it.
Okay.
So I'll talk about it. Okay, how the strategy is defined, on what basis we are going to create a strategy. We'll talk about it.
Sure.
But before you create a strategy, first you should clearly understand why we can't achieve it here.
Okay.
What's the reason for it?
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, consider I have nearly 3 modules. In this case, in this agile methodology, I have nearly 3 modules like iteration 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So I have assigned a dedicated developers to work on these 3 modules, and they put a lot of effort to understand the design and coding and testing. So testing is completed here. Correct. And now their code is ready for production. Though they've done a thorough testing, if they're ready for production release, still they can't do it by themselves. As a developer, they can't directly move their code to production environment, even though they have completed all sort of testing.
Yes.
Correct. They have to seek the approval from the release management team, as well as all the stakeholders who are involved in the process. Only if they approve, it will be released to the production environment. Why that gap is having there? Similarly for iteration 2, though they have done with the testing, they can't directly move the code to production environment. They have to seek approval.
Okay.
Why? Because developers, they are working on their own individual module. Testing team, they are testing their individual module. Iteration 1 means they're just testing only that particular module and related things. So they're not sure about what others are doing. Let's say if he's working user registration means because of his changes, will there be any impact in the login module or not? They don't have any clarity about it.
Yes.
Got it? Because of
Yeah.
that, there'll be third person who will review all these things and ensure that there is no issues, and then it will be allowing into production release. So what it means here, from the scratch, there is no proper collaboration between the teams. What others are doing, they're not aware of it. Because of that only, at the end, even after testing the product, just before the production release, they need a third person to review and approve it.
Yes.
Causing a delay. Correct? So this is
Okay.
what the main issue in the agile methodology. So first thing is we have to break this. For that only we introduce it to DevOps. So ultimately DevOps is the software development strategy which helps to promote the collaboration, first of all, between the teams. So the teams means it can be your development team, testing team, release management team, operation teams, everything. So all these teams we consolidate together and we just refer them like development team and operations team. Okay, so this is what.
Okay.
So very first objective of DevOps is to promote the collaboration. We have to make the teams to collaborate on each other and understand what they're exactly doing. Because of their changes, whether it will create any impact in the production or not. On that perspective only, they'll start their work. So if you have the transparency in the process, then it will be easy to achieve all these things.
Okay.
Continuous in development, continuous integration, continuous testing, continuous delivery, deployment, and continuous monitoring as well. Hope you can understand definition now. You can able to understand DevOps now. So ultimately, DevOps is a software development strategy which helps to promote the collaboration between the teams, like the development teams and the operation teams, to achieve continuous development, continuous integration, testing, delivery, deployment, and continuous monitoring in an automated fashion. After creating the collaboration, we are not going to do it manually. Everything should be automated. Got it? So that is what a DevOps is all about. So if anyone asked you what does DevOps mean, this should be a relevant response. Any question here? Guys, are you able to understand the term DevOps now? What is DevOps?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I'm making things clear to all, right? So this is how you should be able to understand, okay, starting from the scratch, how the software is developed and what are difficulties they face during each and every, process. And now if you're using DevOps means how we are going to achieve it. What is the DevOps is all about? What are the various stages of DevOps? All these things we should be very clear. And in order to achieve this, there are some prerequisites. Okay. It is not like a prerequisites. It is something like a process change, we can say. So in order to define these prerequisites or do a process change, certainly we should go back to our previous levels like waterfall model and agile methodology. So if you look into this waterfall model, I told you it is linear in fashion and it cannot accommodate any new changes during the project development phase, right? Hope you agree to that. But my question is why it cannot accommodate the new change? What is stopping there? You have to understand the root cause. Then only you can able to come up with a solution. Why I am unable to achieve this here?
Because it has its own rules, like how it should be, or like its policies. It's like there should be a sequential order to develop the process.
I'm not getting you. Okay, it's based upon its underlying process you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or we can say that we need to again change the design and start from the coding if there are any changes made in the middle.
Okay.
So in waterfall model, if you're into the SSC life cycle, if you're for saying if you are in the coding phase, we are gathering the requirement and designed, and then if you are going to the development, in the mid of the development, that if there are any new requirements coming means, it will stop the maybe till the development mid of the development time, we will spend 1 or 2 months of time. So again, if you are getting a new requirement means, it we need to start from the scratch. So then it will be go from the scratch, then it will take time, and it is continuing same like that. So we have to spend more time on this
Okay. So
time
yeah,
consuming process. Yeah.
that's almost close to that. So point here is it is purely based upon the application architecture. Okay. It was purely based upon the application architecture. So in earlier days, okay, now only we are talking about mobile computing and online web applications and all. But the softwares were developed even 60, 70 years back, right? In 60, 70 years back, what was the application? What was the business? For what purpose they have the software programs and applications? Today, if you're talking about means you can talk about online banking, e-commerce portal, mobile applications, mail servers, right? But in last 60, 70 years back, what was their business? For what purpose they need this software? A lot of businesses involved, okay? Like for example, your trading, right? Shipments, trainings, logistics, right?
Defense.
And defense, and what else? Insurance, right? Banking, core banking, right? So all these businesses were there for many years. So they need a software to manage their business by the time. And when they started their application process, it was a very, very initial stage of computing. So, and software. So they just started with the application architecture called monolith application architecture. So in monolith application architecture, they just consider the whole software as an application, full application. It is a tightly coupled application architecture. So let's say today I got a requirement. Let's say for example, I just want to create a billing system. Just for an example, I'm giving you. I want to create a billing system. So what are the things you consider to create this? what are the modules or what are things you'll be needing here to create a billing system? First, I need a user interface. I have to create user interface, right? Through which the users can able to interact with the system, correct? And then I'll be writing some logic to validate the user inputs. And then I'll be writing the same application logic to compute the inputs. And then I'll be using the same application logic to save the transaction to a database. And I'll be using the same application logic to respond or generate the report. Report means a bill, whatever you're getting right at the end. Correct? So if you want to create a billing system in your supermarket, if you're using a billing system in, this is what it is. The person who's sitting at the counter, he'll be using user interface to interact with that system. He will enter all the input, whatever you are purchasing, and your application logic will compute that data and it will save the data in the database and finally it generates the report. Correct? So this is what a small workflow which I need to create this billing system. So considering this, you can able to think about any large scale business. It can be for a banking system or credit card system or insurance system. Everything works on the same protocol. So now, initially, when you're talking about the monolith application means, my application name is billing system, and this includes all these functions. So how this application, monolith application was developed means, they'll be having one full application program. There is a program which includes all these functions. Got it? A single program can have all these functions written. And whenever you want to make any changes in one particular program also, you have to rebuild, you have to execute a whole program or whole application again. So that is the main drawback of monolith application. It is tightly coupled means that's what it means. All the functionalities are written in a single module or a single program, and it has to be deployed as a whole application. Let's say once application is up and running, you have introduced some new feature here in user interface. You made some changes only in this user interface function somewhere here. Can you able to simply deploy this to the production? Out of 5, you just made only new changes here. Can you able to deploy this to production?
No.
No. Why? Because this function is also part of this program. So even if you make a change here, it will impact other programs or other functions. You have to deploy this whole application again. That is what the main drawback in monolith application architecture, which was used in waterfall model. That is the reason we can't accommodate new changes. If you try to accommodate new change means, then it has to rebuild. We have to rebuild other programs also. Because of your new requirement, the existing changes should not get impacted. So for that, what they do, they just consider a new project and they develop a new workflow for that. So clear? So to overcome this issues only, we were introduced to micro service based application architecture. So in this microservice based application architecture, we are not going to consider the requirement as a whole application. It is loosely coupled application. architecture. It means we are not going to consider service level. So what it means here, first of all, you should split the application very small. Like in Agile methodology, we have seen that, right? Like in Agile methodology, what I said, we have various modules somewhere. The actual application is split into various modules or iterations, I told you, in Agile methodology. So same thing is implemented here. The actual whole application is split into various modules and iterations. And each and every module and iteration will be independently tested and delivered to the production environment. That is done at the Agile methodology level. But if you want to implement your DevOps means, the same modules or iterations are called as a microservice. Okay, so it means going forward, I never call any of this module or any of the function as a module or iteration. I call it as a service. That is what microservice architecture means. Let's take an example. I think you said something about Amazon, right? This is my core application, e-commerce application. So can you able to tell me what are the modules we have here? What are the functions we have?
Yeah, like registration, login,
Okay,
adding
so
to cart.
I can say like sign up module, and login means sign in, right? Okay, then
Searching, yeah,
okay, then
add to cart.
then
Payment.
then
Tracking system as well. Like, if you
order, then tracking, right? Tracking, that's what you said, no? Okay. So these are the basic activities or the functions that will be done on developer's perspective. So same thing if you consider on deployment or developer's perspective, all the things we call it as a microservice. Like this is my microservice one. And this microservice will be assigned to developer one. And once we have microservice, what are the dependencies the microservice has? Everything will be maintained for that service in a separate repository. So which will allow the developers to independently develop, that is independently code, test, and deploy to production. Okay. So developers can independently work on this particular service without impacting others. So the deployment of, and don't think all these modules or functions are written in the same program. It is all in a different source code repository. We'll be having a dedicated repository for managing these components. Whatever changes you are making here, it will not impact this one. That much level of isolation is maintained in this microservices architecture. Got it? So this allows to develop development, testing, and deployment. Any question? So what it means here, whenever we're talking about DevOps, if you want to implement DevOps in much better way, it is recommended to have a microservice based application architecture. But it is recommended to have microservice based application architecture. Any questions? Does you have any question here?
No, sir. Yeah,
Okay. So who will create this microservice architecture? When it will get created means it's all done at the very, very earliest stage. I told you, right? The initial requirement. Whenever the customer is approaching for any new business opportunity, like if you want to create any project means at the application level, the application owners, the application leads, application development team, they will be taking care of this activity. Based upon their recommendations only, the microservice architecture will be created, like how many modules they should have, what are dependencies they should have. Dependency means, let's say, if I'm talking about a sign up module, what are the things required here? What type of architecture we can have there? We have something called 3-tier application architecture. 3-tier application architecture. That means your sign up module should have a front-end design, and it should have the application layer, and we should have a backend, that is database. So whenever you try to log into or create any account through online, you'll be provided with a user interface, the form, online form, where you can able to key in all your inputs, user ID, password, email, all those stuff. So this inputs will be received by the application logic. This application can be written in any programming language, Java, .NET, Python, whatever it is. And once the application logic processes the data, it will be stored in the database permanently. And once data is stored, it will throw some response. That response again will be sent back to the front end. So like this, for each and every service, we'll be having a dedicated components that are required for its execution. This front end design, whatever I have a sign up module, it is not going to create any impact in the sign in module. Similarly, this add to cart panel will be completely different. So even in future, if developer is assigned to make any changes in the front end design, let's say they want to know change the look and feel of the registration form, they want to set up some background images and all those stuff, means anyone can able to independently work on this particular module, particular phase, and they can able to move to production without any impact. Hope you're getting a point. Is that clear to all?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say, for example, if you are using this Amazon, right? This is what it is. So you can just imagine, okay, like how many services there must be having here. each and everything, the front-end design, when you click on this account creations process, it'll take me to the user registration page where I need to key in some inputs. If I click on continue, it will go back to my database. So all these things can be effectively done with the proper microservice-based architecture, each and everything for that matter. Correct. So if you want to achieve continuous deployment, your application architecture should be a microservice architecture. That is what the core requirement. If you're still running in sometimes no, we'll be using some partially microservice architecture, not completely. There'll be an environment where we can have partial microservice architecture. In such scenarios, we can implement both continuous delivery and deployment strategy. DevOps can able to accommodate continuous delivery as well as deployment. It's possible. If you want, I'll give you one real-time scenario. For one of my customers, when we tried to implement DevOps, okay, they were completely new to DevOps. So we were doing some feasibility study initially. Initially, their applications were developed using monolith application architecture, which was highly critical. So our recommendation is, if they want to implement DevOps and if they want to take it for a longer run, it is recommended to convert this monolith to microservice architecture. So on that perspective, if you try to convert from monolith application to microservice based, means it involves a lot of effort, and a few critical components cannot be splitted. Okay, it is not that easy to break that chain. So such applications will be still remains as a monolith application. And what are the applications that can be easily bring out of that architecture? We can bring out and we can create a new workflow for that. So in that particular environment, what are the applications that are tightly coupled that requires some manual approval for deployment? We just introduce it with continuous delivery approach. And what are the applications that we have split it into microservice architecture, which doesn't have any dependency? We can able to maintain it through what is called continuous deployment approach. So like this, using DevOps depends upon the client's environment and their workflow. We can able to achieve both continuous delivery and deployment. Hope I'm able. You can able to understand things, right? Are we good with this? People who are completely new to DevOps can able to understand the importance now. Hello, guys, I'm audible.
Yes.
Or is it boring?
No, sir. Able to understand.
See, let me know. Okay, if you want to have some break, also just let me know. I don't have any problem. You can have.
Sorry, I have a question if you don't mind. Suppose when there is a migration on technology stack, for example, there is a legacy application, as you said, it's a monolithic. And again, there are some technologies, stack migration, like instead of using outdated one, just we are trying to build the same application or workflow with the new technologies or the latest one. Will the process remains the same? Because that we have two different. I have to refer the legacy and I have to build a new one using the different technology. So how does it work? I understood the process, but will the process remains the same or will it be any references or updates or anything would be, preferred?
See, when it comes to the DevOps, right, it is a strategy. First of all, it is a strategy. And that strategy doesn't rely on any specific tool or a technology. That is the first point you should understand. Correct. So, like, for example, today you are talking about Jenkins. You're talking about Kubernetes, you're talking about Docker. What if down the line after 10 years, Jenkins is not at all in the market? Kubernetes is not in the market. What do you do? So we are not relying on any specific tool. We are relying on the process. Though the tool might change, but the process, whatever defined, that should be capable to accommodate the new technology. That is how your DevOps strategy should be defined. We are not specifically designing any process for a current requirement. Always we should think on a longer perspective. That is the first point. Second thing is, when it comes to the legacy environment, okay, even I have involved currently, even my current project also, we are just trying to do some DevOps implementation for our legacy mainframe applications. Okay, it's a very core application supporting a lot of insurance and banking transactions. Got it. So in such scenarios, what are the new changes they want to introduce? They can able to introduce through their microservice architecture, and all the core thing we just implement through the DevOps processes. So this is what we call as hybrid model. Hybrid means few applications are running in a cloud platform with a microservice architecture, and a few applications that are still tightly coupled, which we can't break it. We can break it, but take some time. Over a period of time, we can able to gradually implement, move towards the cloud. So such things are still relying on the legacy environment, and the strategy, whatever defined, the strategy is same, but the tool stack is different. That is how we manage the flow in the hybrid model. So while implementing DevOps, you should clearly understand three important factors. Your target environment, where you're going to implement it, whether you're going to implement, because the target environment can be anything like the applications, whatever we use, it will be running in your cloud platform, or it can be running in your on-premises environment. Or it can be in hybrid environment. Hybrid environment means this includes your cloud and what is it? On-premises. So the applications that are running in cloud platform will be using different tool stack, and the application that is running in on-premise will be using different tool stack, right? So depends upon the environments, we can able to know integrate the tools in our CI/CD process or in the CI/CD pipeline. But for all these things, the DevOps strategy should be the same, ultimately to achieve all these activities. Does that answer the question or?
Yes, sir. Got it.
Yeah. So any other question from anyone?
So if you don't mind, can we have a break for some 5 minutes? Is that okay for everyone?
Yeah, I don't have any problem. That's what I'm saying. See, guys, if you want to have some break, just let me know, because it's 4 hour session, right? We can have another 10 to 15 minutes break in between. I don't have any problem. But I need your complete attention here. That's what the point. So how much time you need?
Sure, 15 minutes is fine, I believe.
10 or 15?
Dennis, go ahead.
Whatever, I'm okay.
Yeah, fine then. Carry on. So I just started the timer now. Have a break and refresh and come back. We'll continue. All right, so shall we continue? Is I'm audible to all? Shall we continue now? Hope all are there.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thanks for coming back. All right, so we were talking about the importance of DevOps here, okay, in this introductory module. We just started with the introduction to DevOps, and we have seen what is the capability of DevOps now. And currently we are talking about the difference between the monolith application and microservice-based application, right? Okay, so now let's go in detail about this. Okay, so for effective implementation of DevOps and for continuous to achieve the continuous deployment, it should be of microservice application architecture, and all the required components, the dependencies should be at the service level, not at the application level. Got it? All the dependencies should be maintained within the service level itself. Then only it can be independently developed, tested, and deployed to production environment and achieve continuous deployment process. So now, how to achieve DevOps? How to implement DevOps? We know that what is DevOps is all about now, right? But how to achieve it? How to achieve it? Let's say, for example, if you want to send email to any of your team member, what you will do? Immediately, you'll just download that email application and you'll create an account and you'll start sending emails, right? Yes or no? Similarly, if you want to implement DevOps, means what you need to do? If it is a tool, directly I can simply get the tool, install, and then start using it. But DevOps is not a tool, it is a strategy. And ultimately, it is used to achieve all these stages in a more automated fashion. So in order to achieve this, in order to implement this, all that you should do is we have to first promote the collaboration between the teams. So first we have to bring all the teams together and understand their requirements, understand their pain points, identify the scope for automation through which we can achieve all those things. So in order to promote the collaboration between the teams, what we need? Let's say you are in a lead role. Okay, you are responsible to implement DevOps for one of the customer's side. So your requirement is to first establish a collaboration between the teams, right, to achieve DevOps. So how will start the activity? Like, what is the requirement to promote the collaboration between the teams?
Understand and identify the task which is done by the sub individual teams.
Okay. Even before that, firstly, we
Know
should
the process what they are doing.
Okay, even before that, with the list of teams, right? First, we should know who are all involved in the process.
Wow.
How many teams are there in the process, that you should understand, right? First, you get a complete list of teams involved in this SSD process. Only if you know the team, you can able to try to get the task, day-to-day task process and their requirements. So first, as a DevOps engineer, whenever you are responsible to implement DevOps, you should have the complete information about all the teams who are involved in the process. So can you please figure out who are the teams involved here in my SDLC? The SDLC process, who are all the teams involved?
Developers.
Development team.
Cross-functional teams like
Testing.
development,
Bu-
QA,
business analyst,
BS.
BA.
Okay, development team.
QA
Analyst
team,
B.
Operations team.
Product owners.
Product. What do you mean by this? Product?
Yeah, product owners. Who owns it?
Okay, product owners.
Testing team.
Testing.
Business analysts.
Okay.
Security and monitoring.
Okay. Okay.
Deployment team.
All right.
DB team. DBA team.
Mhm.
Documentation.
KRA.
Documentation is a part of BA, right?
Then,
User research.
sorry, user.
User research team.
Okay.
Design team.
Okay.
Infra team is there.
Okay. Hmm.
And administration. Administration team.
Admin essence.
And yeah, it comes under operations.
No, admin means like which sort of admin? Okay, you can't include your administration team, your finance team, or your HR team and all here. Got it? So here ultimately we are focusing on the SDLC process. For the purpose of SDLC, who are all involved? Okay, what are the teams involved? We are going to get the list here. So my concern is only about the teams, not about the roles. Correct? So in general, okay, whenever we talk about the teams involved, we can have a subcategories or subset or subdivisions, that is secondary. But on a high level, when you talk about the SDLC process, the very first requirement, the very first responsibility is with the infrastructure team. Okay. Infrastructure team. They are responsible for provisioning the infrastructure and configuring the infrastructure. Let's say I want to develop a product. As a developer, I want to create some application software means first I should have a development environment. I should have my development machine. And in that machine, all the required tools has to be installed, right? Who's going to do that activity? Whether developer can able to do it? Can the developer install the required tools by themselves?
No.
It's required
No,
IT team.
no,
Infra
right.
team.
We need a
Yeah.
infra team, IT support team or infra team, we call them. Got it? So they are the first person who is going to provision the infrastructure and configuration. Once they provide the infrastructure, then comes your AD team or development team, application development team. And their responsibility is just to code the application and ensure that the application is coded as per the design. And then comes your testing team to test the scenarios. And then comes the production, or I can say like release management team, who is going to ensure that the product is getting released on time as per the timeline the product is getting released. and they are responsible to take a call whether to release a product or they can able to postpone the release. All these things can be taken care by this release management team. So the timely delivery of a product will be ensured by release management team. And then the production support team and production monitoring team. Right. So apart from all these things, there is another important team called security team. They are also very much important in this workflow. So apart from that, like user research, documentation, DB team, database related activities or database administration, and the business analyst, all these people are considered subset of this application development. Got it? So this is how we categorize. We just identify the teams first of all. Right. And once the teams are identified, it is our responsibility to engage with all these team members and try to understand their current process, their current task, and we'll try to understand what are the tools they are using for each and every activity. Like for example, if an infrastructure team, if they are providing the provisioning infrastructure means how they provision the infrastructure. Are they doing it manually or do they have any automation tools to use that? Similarly, application team, how effectively they are developing the code, how much they are productive, how much time they are spending to code the application, how much time they are spending to build the application. Are their build activities are automated or manual? All these things we should understand during assessment phase. Similarly, testing team. Testing team means what is their primary role, how they do the testing, what are the process they follow, how they creating a test cases, how they create the test scenarios, how they generate the test data. Are these things are automated or still they are using some manual up process? Because usually testing team consume a lot of time to test it, right? That matters. Similarly, the release management team, how they're releasing a product, how they keep a track of changes and releasing a product. And once it is done, how the production support team is monitoring and supporting production environment. What are tools they use? Like this, each and every team, we have to sit together and interact with everyone. And finally, we can able to bring all the requirements together to achieve continuous delivery and deployment at the end. And apart from all these teams, there is another important team called security. Okay. So security is one of the essential factor. I just kept it at the end because as part of DevOps, we just try to implement it. And because of the security team only, your even agile methodology is failing to achieve continuous deployment is one of the reasons. Because if you see here in our agile methodology, each and every iterations we are just doing it independently. Developers are testing it, developing it, everything is done. But finally, when it goes to the production implementation, just before production implementation, there will be a security audit happens. The security audit, what they do means they will audit the entire process, starting from the design, starting from the coding, each and every level they do audit. So what are the changes the developer made, the coding, whatever they did, whether they coded the application as per the company's coding standard or not, and the tools, whatever they used for development, like they must be using some JDK tool or any build tools, whether all these tools they were used, whether it is under the licensed version or not, or it is officially recommended version or not. Sometimes we might use some third-party tools, some open source tools. That open source tools has to be properly scanned and monitored for vulnerabilities. Without proper knowledge, if you try to use such tools, it might create some vulnerability and it will impact the entire infrastructure at the enterprise level. Correct? So all these things should not create any impact on the production environment. So before the code move to the production environment, it is a responsibility of the security team to do a complete audit on the process. And once they give sign off, then only the product will be moved to the production. Got it? So like this, there are various teams involved in the end-to-end SDLC process. Now, using DevOps, we are trying to collaborate with all these teams and we are just going to help them to automate the process and speed up the process. That's all. Even without DevOps, also, they are doing their jobs for many years. But on top of it, we are going to introduce a DevOps approach that helps each and every team to speed up their process. That's all we are going to do. We are not going to replace anyone here. Even if you noticed here, I never include DevOps team. Correct? Throughout the SDLC process, we have these many teams, but I never include DevOps team here. So where DevOps team will come into picture? Where the DevOps team will come into picture?
The whole
The
process.
collaboration.
The
So-
whole team is spanned into different roles, right?
So ultimately, the DevOps team, according to me, it sits on top of everyone. Okay, because we are responsible to strengthen these teams in order to speed up their process, speed up their delivery. I'll give a small example. Here we have a development team. They have developed a product or a software, Java application, assume it. And once a Java application is created here, this application will be sent to the testing team, right? For further testing. So usually the testing team will consume a lot of time to test their process, test their applications. So why the team is consuming a lot of time to do the testing? Any idea? They work on their own SLA. Even if you request for something for urgent basis also, they have their own SLA. On that SLA only they'll be working. So what they exactly do, no one knows. Only they knew about it. So that is what the major issue. So what the current testing team is doing, development team will not aware of it. So once the testing is completed, finally end of the day, once SLA is about to complete, by then they'll be sending a status updates to the development team. If the testing is successful, then there is no issues. We can proceed further. Assume that after spending 4 days of time in testing, end of the 4th day, if a testing team is reporting one error or bug in the program, means what will happen? Developer will have to rework on the program, right? Yes or no? After 4 days, if a testing team is reporting one issue, means again the developer will do a rework and this code will be again promoted to the test environment. Testing team will do a testing and proceed further. So just to report a bug, why they need 4 days time? It means there is some issue in the process. That is what we have to identify as a DevOps team. And what are the bugs they have identified? Without their notification, development team will not aware of it. So what we are going to introduce is, we are going to introduce a process. Whenever a testing team is doing any sort of testing, that should be automated. And the status should be updated immediately with all the stakeholders. Development team should immediately get a response about the testing. If any issue occurs, without any notification, developers should take care of it and it should be fixed immediately. That is a way, what are the issues that might occur in the future environments or in higher environments that can be sorted out at the very early stage. I get your point. So let me just identify the teams first. And upon identifying each and every team, we can able to identify their process to achieve continuous development, integration, testing, delivery, deployment, and monitoring. Any question here at this point? Guys? No need to be a question, okay? Even if you want to discuss or if you have any question, let's make it as a more interactive session, guys. Otherwise, it will be like watching a YouTube video for you people. Are we good to proceed?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So after identifying the DevOps teams, right? I mean teams here. The next thing is about the DevOps stages. So in order to work in DevOps, you need to be clear with all these stages because the entire DevOps implementation is completely based upon the stages only. And the stages are nothing but continuous development till monitoring. That's it. So these are the stages of DevOps for your reference. Okay. So as a DevOps team member or as a DevOps engineer or DevOps lead, you should clearly understand what all the stage is all about and what we are going to exactly do in each and every stage. Once you're clear with this, then your entire DevOps implementation will be very smooth. So we'll talk about this in detail now. So what do you understand from the term continuous development? What you understood from the term continuous, you know what is a development, right? Development anyone can answer. It is a process of coding or developing application, right? Looks like the sessions are getting boring for everyone.
No. So continuous development means a developer can do the coding and as well as means he can deploy, right?
For deployment, I have a separate phase, separate stage. But here
Oh,
we are
okay.
development. What do you mean by that? Development means it is a process of developing or coding the application. What do you
Yeah,
mean by the
coding.
term continuous?
So it's basically iterative and incremental.
Okay.
Means like developer will be developing the code every day and like he will be pushing the changes by raising the PR. Like this will be continued for all the iterations.
Okay. Any other pointers from anyone?
Sai, in terms of agile or the waterfall model, continuous development means in waterfall model, all the requirement will be coming and then they will develop and then deploy and then they will wait for a longer period of time for the next iteration. But in agile methodology, there is like only 2 weeks of sprint, so there is so develop it's not like once the deployment has been done after developing and deployment developers have to wait, they have another set of requirement which will be coming, so there will be continuous development.
So it means in agile methodology, you are achieving continuous development effectively.
Yes.
You are achieving continuous development. Are you achieving it effectively or not? That's my question.
Yes, definitely in agile methodology it is more effective.
More effective.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please tell me the roles? Who are the primary players here in this development phase? Developers,
uh,
right?
Developers, right?
Developers. So what is the actual role of a developer?
uh, Actual role it is to
To
develop.
understand the business requirement and then
No, understanding business requirement is a responsibility of the product owner. But to understand like what need to be developed, I mean, either it is UI or API, that development, I think that is the role of the developer.
Okay. So listen, please. Assume that we have been now assigned to do a Java web application development. Can be from my e-commerce portal, whatever it is. So one developer is assigned with this particular task, and his primary objective is to code the application, right?
Right.
As per the design, he has to code. That is what is primary role and his responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from that, what are activities he do?
Yeah, he will perform unit testing also
He will
in order
perform.
to identify any like coding issues.
Okay, so before he perform the unit testing, he has to build the application, right? He has to compile. So build means the process of compiling the source code. And create artifacts, right? Artifacts means binaries. Let's say if they are creating any web application, means the artifact will be like something like this war file, or it can be jar file or whatever it is. The executable unit of a source code, whatever they developed, it will be compiled and artifacts will be created. And then comes your unit testing, right? Once unit testing is done, what he is doing in your current environment as a developer in Agile, what are you saying?
Deployment.
As soon as he do the unit testing, he will deploy, or I can simply say like promote put to higher environment, correct? And upon promoting the code, what he will do?
Do the smoke test on the higher environment, deployed environment?
That is done by the testing team. Right.
But promote the code to higher environment or to lower environment, because testing before that it has to go for the testing, right? So either it has to be QA or the test environment before
Higher
going to the higher.
environment from his dev environment. If I say a
Mm-hmm.
higher environment, it is a QA or testing,
Okay.
not the target environment. Target can be your production. I'm not talking about the production deployment here.
Mm-hmm.
From his, once the unit testing is completed, he will be promoting the code to the higher environment. That is for UA testing
Okay.
environment. Assume it. So now,
And he will
upon
fix
promoting the code, what he will do? He has to notify
bug. Okay.
the testing team to pick up the application for further testing, correct?
Right.
And upon this notification, testing team will pitch in and they will pick up the code and do the testing. And once based upon testing result, they will notify the developer again, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look into this process here, continuous development process, I told you the ultimate objective why I recruited my developers to do the coding. But apart from this, is doing lot many activities like building the application, unit testing, promoting, all those stuff. And all these things he is doing manually, correct? In his dev environment, he is doing it manually. Even if we want to send a notification also, he has to draft an email and he has to send it to the testing team. So this is what the main gap in your agile methodology. So using my DevOps strategy, I'm going to focus on all these key areas and help my development team, help my developers to achieve continuous development. So continuous development means it is a process or it is a capability of the system that helps the developers to improve their productivity. Let them focus only on the business logic creation. Let them focus only on that area. What is the job? Just do his job. And all the associated jobs can be automated through DevOps. So going forward, using DevOps, what I'm going to do means I'll make the developer to create the code. So for the same thing, I can consider this as a traditional approach. And now what I'm going to do here means I'm going to introduce one DevOps approach. And in DevOps approach, all that I'm going to do here is once the code is ready, once the developer creates a code, create the code, and they will just usually they will just maintain and publish or repository. Right. So this is what we do actually. Developers will code their application, and once the code is ready, they'll be pushing the code into the source code repository. Source code repository means the repository where we maintain the source code, where we version control the source code. So once the code is maintained there, then using DevOps automation, I can able to automate all these activities. Got it? So this is what the workflow. So going forward, developers no need to manually build their application, no need to manually create the WAR file, or they don't do it any manual unit testing. Unit testing also can be automated using DevOps. So with this, we are just trying to improve the productivity of the developers. He can focus only on the business logic. Once he's done with it, he can able to pick up the new module and start working on it. This is automated. As soon as he push a code, his work is done. Everything will be processed. And during the automated unit testing, if any issue occurs, it will be notified to the developer again, and he will work on the fixes. Upon completing unit testing, the code will be automatically promoted to the QA environment. That can be achieved. So what are the tools we are going to use here at this point of time for continuous development means? We'll be using some intuitive IDEs like Eclipse-based IDEs, or it can be your Visual Studio Code, or if they're working in .NET means they'll be using just Visual Studio, right? Or they can use PyCharm for Python developers. So these are the IDEs they'll be using for development, coding and development. And then we'll be using Git for managing the source code. We'll be using Jenkins to automate this build activity, automate the build and automate unit testing, automate code promotion, everything is done with the help of Jenkins. And along with this, we'll be using some build tools. Build tools no need to mention here because build tool will never comes under the DevOps. It is something part of your application. So it depends upon the application language, we'll be using build tool. So these are the three important tools that we are going to enforce, we are going to introduce if it is in DevOps approach. Got it? And next thing is about the integration. That is continuous integration. So continuous integration means it is just a process of all these things only we call as continuous integration. Okay. So this is about continuous integration. So let's say in my previous example, I showed you something called here. These are the various services, microservices we are talking about, right? So in this list of microservices, as a developer, if he is working on this particular module or particular service means, he should able to integrate this for further testing without waiting for other changes. But in Agile, it's not like that. Because in Agile, Sometimes you'll be having the microservice, or sometimes it will be having some tightly coupled application. So once the developer is done with the coding, he has to wait for others to complete their code, because there might be some dependencies. They have to test the scenarios all together. Hope you're getting a point now. So that is what we call it as a continuous integration. So it is a capability of a team to continuously integrate the code for further testing. So once my code is deployed to the testing environment, it will be independently tested and deployed to the production environment without any impact. So once the code is integrated, we can able to implement continuous testing. That's what. So code integration and testing will come together. The main objective of code integration to achieve continuous testing only. So in order to perform this continuous integration, obviously we'll be using some Jenkins tool. And yeah, Jenkins. And if your code is based upon your application artifacts, you can able to use Ansible for deployment. And it can be a Docker. And Kubernetes. So these are the various tools that will help you to quickly package or deploy your applications to higher environments. And for continuous testing, they can able to use some tools like testing tools like TestNG, JUnits, or Sona, what do you call that? Selenium. These kind of tools can be used for testing purpose, and also will be using this Jenkins for that matter. So using Selenium, they can able to automate testing. And if they want to continuously do this testing, we can able to integrate all these testing tools in this through this Jenkins. And once the testing is completed, we'll be talking about continuous delivery or deployment. Okay, I can't split this here because both continuous delivery and deployment production release. It is not like we are going to use a delivery approach to deliver to QA environment. Whenever you try to move the code from dev environment to QA, that is called as a code promotion to that QA environment. The terminology might look similar, but the actual process, the technical processes, the continuous delivery and deployment are dealing with the production release. So what is the difference between continuous delivery and deployment? I told you, if you can recollect, this is the difference. So if you're using continuous delivery approach, it requires a manual approval for production release, and continuous deployment, it doesn't require any manual approval. Clear? Any question in this two steps? And what are tools we're going to use here? Means here also we can able to use all sort of tools like this, like Jenkins, Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, because it's all related to the deployment, right? So I can able to refer all these tools stack. It's possible. And when it comes to the continuous delivery, I said it is a manual approval is required. So what we do means in the workflow, just before the production release, through Jenkins pipeline, I can send notification to all my stakeholders, email notifications. And through that email itself, they can approve the process. Like that, you can automate that activity. Any question? Yes.
No.
Okay. And finally, your continuous monitoring. So continuous monitoring means it is, let's say I just deploy my application in production environment. Once a application is deployed in production environment, then only the actual task itself starts. Whatever we did so far, it's all just to take and place your product in the production. Once a product is there in production, now it is being used by the end users, global users. They are going to use a product. So while they are accessing the product, how your application is responding, how your infrastructure is responding, based upon that only your success, business success will be there. Let's say, for example, I just launched this website. Like you can talk about the same scenario, the example, whatever I gave, right? Where it is, yeah. Where is it? Yeah, I was talking about something like, yeah, this one, e-commerce or e-learning portal. Just take the small example. So after putting a lot of effort, my development team and my entire IT team has released this product in production environment. Now this application is live in production. Something like this. So now most of the users, they want to register for their course. So when the end user try to register themselves using this web portal, if they are trying to enter some inputs and if they try to register it, the application response should be smooth, right? As soon as they give the input values and proceed with the option, it should respond to them immediately. What if the application was responding to them? What will happen?
It may crash.
Hmm?
May crash, right?
Okay.
404 error, page not found.
Yeah, that's what. If it is not responding, technically you're getting 404. But what will be the impact in the business?
It will get a very bad impact. Like the impression
Yeah.
will be,
Yeah.
will be getting irritation.
Yeah. Next time, can I expect same customer?
No.
No, right? So I'll be losing a customer there, right? That is what the main impact. That is what the main issue in production. Okay. Once the product is released, if you simply leave the product in production, then there is no use. So you have to continuously monitor your application which is running in production environment. Whether it is up and running or not, you should clearly understand. Like even if it is your Amazon also. Like for example, today you want to search for a product. After entering your product in the product search bar, if you press enter, you should get a response immediately about the status of the product. If it is not giving a response, then you'll be losing the customers. Similarly, after making a payment, I should get a confirmation whether the payment is made or not, right? And I should get a response for the particular product for making payment. What if after making payment, I'm not getting a response? It's create a huge impact. So there should be some mechanism that should continuously monitor my application running in the production environment. So that can be achieved at two levels. One is at the infrastructure level, infrastructure monitoring. And another thing is application monitoring. Infrastructure monitoring means, let's say, for example, okay, you can tell me the reason why the application is not responding for any reason. Like what could be reason? Like when you give this amazon.com and if you hit the URL, I should get the response right from the site. If I'm not getting any response, what could be the reason?
There will be huge traffic on the servers. Huge traffic on the servers.
Okay. So the reason can be anything. It can be based upon the infrastructure issue or it can be application related issues. So infrastructure related issues means it can be related to my network, right? First thing what I'll do as an end user, what I'll do, I'll immediately open another browser and try to access some other website like google.com. If I get a response, then from my end there is no issues. But at the server side, there might be some issue, right? And not only that, they just introduced some new offer that is like a festival offer, something I believe, right? Just now I saw somewhere here, right? So in a normal days, there will be a process, there will be certain number of usages, but when the offer is introduced, by the time the traffic will be comparatively very high, correct? So consider in normal days, there are 10,000 users are accessing the website at the same time. There won't be any problem. But what if the 10,000 becomes 50,000 all of a sudden? Hmm? It will definitely impact the performance of the application. So to
The server
overcome,
will crash.
yeah, so to overcome that, we have to continuously monitor the traffic. Because whenever the traffic is increases, automatically CPU utilization of the server also will be increased. And based upon number of requests, the memory utilization also will be increased. So these are the various factors that will impact the infrastructure. So how I'll get to know about all these issues? Only with proper monitoring mechanism. So what we do usually in real-time environment means we'll be monitoring the infrastructure based on all these factors, and we'll be defining some threshold limit. Like I can say like 80%. So whenever in my production server, whenever the CPU utilization is reached 80%, I should immediately get an alarm. And based upon that, I can able to clean up the unwanted files and free the memory, or I can able to add more servers or CPUs to my infrastructure.
Yeah, we can scale up.
Yeah, so like this, depends upon the monitoring tool only, we get to know what is the current usage and what is the necessary action we have to perform over there. Got it? So in order to achieve this, we'll be using some tools like Prometheus and Grafana, and also we can use something called Jenkins. And apart from Prometheus and Grafana, we have many other tools like Splunk, Datadog, and we have something like Dynatrace, Nagios. Like this, there are a lot of monitoring tools available in market to monitor your production environment. And not to automate the monitoring and get the feed, we can able to integrate with Jenkins. That is how we can able to use here. This is at the infrastructure level. And similarly, if you consider the application level, we have something called application monitoring. Because assume that my infrastructure is perfectly fine. I don't have any problem in infrastructure. Still, if I'm not getting a response, after entering the value here in the search item, if I give enter, I'm not getting a response. So what could be the possible reason? It might be because of the application also. Because it is the responsibility of the application to query the database, right? Based upon the field. Developers will write some query, SQL queries to pull the data from the database. So the query, whatever they have written, how much it is optimized, how much time it is consuming to pull the data from database. Each and everything has to be monitored. Similarly, if a program is having a lot of dependencies, if it is giving a call to many subprograms or subdivisions or functions are distributed more than one programs, everything will create an impact there. So like this, we have a lot of mechanisms involved to monitor the applications at the production. Like we can use something called App Dynamics. Tools will be used for the purpose. So once the monitoring team continuously monitors your infrastructure, it will be sending some notifications, and that will be completely handled by your production support team or monitoring team. They are responsible for that. So like this, at each and every stage of DevOps, you should clearly understand what we are going to do exactly and what are tools you're going to use in each and every stage. That is also very important. Like we have something called development tools, deployment tools, testing tools, all those things are there. Any question? So at least now you should know what is the purpose of all these tools now, right? Initially I was giving list of tools. Can you able to figure out now?
Yes.
All right. So any questions? Any questions to me based upon this? So once we are done with the introduction, the next upcoming modules will be on a practicals only. Okay, maybe first day it is completely like a theoretical, and it might be boring for experienced people, but still you have to manage. Fine. So these are all the various stages in DevOps, and please be clear with what we are going to do in each and every stage, and what are tools we'll be using it. So next thing is about what we are seeing here, DevOps stages, teams. And based upon the stages.
Sai, I have one question.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have one question. Here, are we using any security tools?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to, that's what I'm talking about now.
Okay.
Tools.
Okay.
Yeah, what's another question? Who's that? In someone else, right?
Yeah, I'm Nitesh.
Yeah.
So my question is like, can we automate this like raising bugs in the event of continuous monitoring? So when we monitor, and can the system prepare the bugs automatically and like raising an incident or something? Because in the company that I'm working, we somehow get the incidents on a delayed basis something. And by the time the release is almost done and the post release we are getting the bugs or incidents because that is totally handled by a different team. So can we integrate this team? I don't know if my question is correct or not, but yeah, this is my idea.
Yeah, this is possible. That is what. So ultimately, it is a process of moving towards DevOps approach.
Okay.
Like if you're in your environment, if it is being these activities are being handled by some other team means, then if you're introducing DevOps, everyone will be under a single window now.
Got it.
Got it. So through which you'll be having a single point of control and handle the process.
Got it.
So it is a process change actually. We'll talk about it. Okay, I have that in
sure.
Thank you. So now after understanding the each and every stages of DevOps, we should clearly understand the tool stack, the DevOps tools. What are tools you're going to use? So starting from the implementation, right? I was like here, these things we're talking about. So what are tools I've listed here? It's all considered as a DevOps tools. And in general, there are two types of tools. One we call it as open source. Another thing is the tools from managed services. Okay. So tools, it can be from the open source or it can be from the managed services. So open source tools means all these tools are considered open source tools. If you want to implement DevOps using these open source tools, you are free to download, install, and use it without any issue. It's all available free of cost. But apart from that, there are some managed services that are provided by the service providers. Like if you are going to work in a cloud platform, like if you're using AWS cloud platform or Azure cloud platform, or if you're using your Google cloud platform, wherever it is, each and every service provider have their own set of DevOps tools. Like we have something called, like if you're talking about AWS means, we have something called AWS code commit, code pipeline, code build. Like this, there are various types of services provided by the service providers. And these services are licensed product. Okay, you have to pay some extra dollars as per usage, and we need to acquire the tool. So if your customer, if a client is ready to pay and invest to procure these tools from the service provider, it involves upfront investment and they need to pay some extra dollars to achieve this. So if the customer is not ready to pay for such managed service, means as a DevOps lead, you can able to recommend these open source tools. Even with these open source tools also, we can able to run this show. That's not an issue. So technically, what does the difference means? The open source tools involve some initial efforts. We have to start from the scratch. We have to install, we have to create a virtual machines or a computing environment to install, configure all the tools. For that, we should have some dedicated resource. But if it is managed service, means the initial installation configuration is totally undefined, because we are going to pay some dollars here, right? So for that, they will be providing you some ready-made products. So you don't need to install anything. Product is already available. You're just going to use it. That's all. So as a consumer, we are going to use this DevOps product. So which doesn't require an initial effort. That's the main difference. And apart from that, over the period of time, if you want to go for any upgrade, or if you want to enhance the capability of these tools, or if you want to take care of any security patch updates, everything has to be done by a dedicated resource in open source. But if it is managed service, means the service provider will take care of all those things. That's the basic difference between managed services related tools and open source tools. Any question? Hope you can understand difference, right?
Yeah, are we learning about any cloud as well? Yeah, like
So we'll be learning about these open source DevOps tools, and
okay.
to manage this open source DevOps tools, we'll be using AWS Cloud Platform. So we'll be creating AWS free tier account, and there you'll be creating your EC2 instances. That is your VMs. And within that VM, we'll be installing all the required tools and start working on it. I'll talk about, okay, for lab requirements, I'll talk about separately. So why we need to understand about this means tomorrow, once you approach any customer for the DevOps implementation, it is our responsibility to give a recommendation of the tools also. Any question in this tools level?
There are only three cloud architect services, right? AWS, Azure, and GCP. Is there anything?
Not just three. Not just three. These three are the top players. That's the reason we have three in the list. Apart from, there are a lot of cloud service providers available in market.
Okay. And in AWS, Azure, and GCP, all these three cloud services, there all the DevOps tools are present.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
Every service provider have their own DevOps tools now. All right. So these are the tools that is used, and even for monitoring, even for infrastructure provisioning, all the stuff will be using it. So if you look into this entire workflow, we never use this Terraform, right? Have you ever noticed? Starting from development, continuous integration, we never use Terraform. Why? Because on top of all these things, I said there is the infrastructure team, right? So infrastructure team, their role is to provision the infrastructure and configure the the servers. So in order to automate their infrastructure provisioning and configuration, we use some IAC tools like Terraform and Ansible. So Terraform is meant for server provisioning and Ansible is meant for configuration management. That's it. So through this Terraform, we can able to automate the server creation process, and through Ansible, we can able to automate the configuration management. So I'll talk about, okay, we have this in place. In the upcoming topics, we'll see all those things in detail. So we are going to learn about all these tools in the upcoming sessions. Any question? Guys, are we good with this or not?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
good and
Yes.
yeah, clear. Yeah.
Okay. So if you are clear with this, next we need to understand the DevOps workflow, or we call it as life cycle. Because how your SDLC, software development life cycle, has various stages starting from requirement analysis till deployment and maintenance. There also we have certain workflow or life cycle. So based upon this life cycle only, we are going to plan the automation. So it includes all these stages, starting from continuous development, continuous integration, and everything. So that is what we call it as a CI/CD, pipeline or life cycle. So what does CI/CD means? It can be continuous integration, continuous delivery deployment cycle. If you're using continuous delivery means in your CI/CD pipeline, there will be some manual intervention for production deployment. If it is a continuous deployment means, then it is completely automated pipeline, end-to-end pipeline. So the objective of DevOps is to achieve continuous deployment only, not to achieve continuous delivery. So the matured level of DevOps DevOps. Only with the help of the matured level of DevOps, we can able to implement continuous deployment. You can say that you have DevOps implemented, but if you are still using continuous delivery means, is not recommended in DevOps. So it means it is not yet matured. It is just at the very earliest stage. Got it? So always try to focus on the continuous deployment. Then only your DevOps implementation is considered as a successful implementation. All right. So even you can take any sector. Okay, like we have something called production deployment window. So what do you mean by this production deployment? Or we call it as a deployment window. Any guess? Any guess? Okay, just tell me one thing. I have a product, and once my product is available, when I'll be deploying it, I'll be choosing a time frame.
Non-business hours.
Yes, so where there is less traffic or there is no business. Let's say you can take any of the core businesses like banking, financial. So they'll be choosing some deployment window, and in the deployment window, they'll be deploying their products, right? Like if you're using online transaction, hope you're using, right? Online banking service or online banking means it can be like a credit card transaction. So whatever it is, there are a lot of services that is provided by any of this big banking sectors through online. So you must be getting some notifications from your bankers once in a while stating that your online transaction, the server will be down for maintenance reason, right? Have you noticed such things?
Yes.
Yes, like a downtime.
Right? So it will not happen very frequently. At least once in 3 months or once in 6 months, you must be getting such SMS notification, alerts, also email notifications if you're registered, right? So stating that for this particular duration, your online banking or service will be unavailable. So what it means? They'll be doing some deployment. They are trying to introduce some new feature or new capability or new release to the production environment. And during that particular course of time, they don't want the production servers and applications should be up and running. Got it? They want to down their environment to do the implementation. And once it is implemented successfully, then they'll be releasing it for end users. Okay. So for that, they'll be choosing some deployment window. So this deployment window, usually it will be like between 4 and 6 hours. It will be for 4 to, I can simply say like 4 to 6 hours, it will be there. And that too, it will be at the very late night or during the non-business hours, during weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, where users will not try to access their machine. They know, as per their analysis, they will get to know when their traffic is very, very less. So how they can able to use this hours without getting impact. They'll choose that duration and they'll try to deploy the service. So once they
I have a doubt. Nowadays, like I've heard that they have introduced a new procedure called blue and green.
Yeah, I will talk about it. So once we deploy the product in the production environment, before the product reaches the end user, they'll be doing a thorough testing, right? Yes or no? That's what we call it as a production testing. Once the production testing is done successfully, then only the product will be released to the end users. So during this time, if anything, any issues happen, what we'll do? While I'm doing the production testing after deployment, let's say already my application is running with version 1.5, and now I just introduced a new version 1.6. This is my new version. So upon deploying this new version, while doing a testing, I am facing some issue. It is not working as expected. What should I do?
Deployment will be
Can
postponed.
we hold it back?
and roll back.
Yes. So during such issues, what we usually do means, what we do usually here, first thing is we'll try to fix that issue. Because as like that, I won't revert the changes, okay? I have 4 to 6 hours time with me. Within the 6 hours time, if I can able to fix that issue means then it's well and good. But if I'm unable to do that within 6 hours, then I'll talk about the rollback or revert. So the control will be going back to a previous version and this version will be active now. 1.5 will be active. So this is the reason why they introduce a production window to do the thorough testing and get the approvals and sign off from all the stakeholders before the product reaches their customer. And this is still happening in most of the financial sectors. To complete these activities only, they have requested for that timeout. They just informed you, right, about the timeout. or the downtime. Remember, through SMS and all, this is what happening during this process. So this is what we call it as the continuous delivery process of deployment, or I can say like production release. Because this banking and financial sectors are very core industry. Okay, if anything goes wrong, it will impact thousands and thousands of customers reliability. Their money matters there. So even if they have a downtime also, that is not going to impact the business. But upon production implementation, if there anything goes wrong, then it will create a huge impact in their business and remuneration. So for that, they are okay with this downtime. I'm okay with this 6 hours downtime. I don't have any problem. But once the production is done, it should be a reliable one. That's what they expect. So in such situations, still we can go with the continuous delivery approach if you're using DevOps. But apart from that, there are some businesses. Like apart from this banking sectors, we have some business like your, what do you call that, e-commerce portal, like your Amazon, and what else, you're using your Facebook and Google, right? Netflix. All these are online applications. They're also providing their services to the customers on daily basis. But we never receive such notifications from these people, right? Have you ever received any notification from Facebook or Netflix stating that due to some downtime your service will not be available? Have you ever received such alerts? No, it doesn't mean that they are not doing any deployment. Okay, they do deployment, but when compared to your banking sector, these guys are doing deployments very frequently. If you look into this Amazon.com and all, right, every hour you can able to see some new deployments. Maybe at the end user perspective, we might not figure out, but at the development perspective, if you see each and every service, they are trying to release new things, new features. Okay, whatever you can see here, right? They just release every hour, every minute. Also, there'll be some new changes getting deployed here. Each and every screen or whatever the background applications you can see here. So how it is possible? Because they are just deploying it as a service, microservice, not as a whole application. If you see each and every click you see here, everything is considered service. It will take you to that level. Got it? So like this, whenever we try to deploy any application, and if it is a microservice application, means we can quickly implement our continuous deployment. So this continuous deployment allows you to deploy a product very frequently without any manual intervention. So without any manual intervention, if you want to achieve this task, means your underlying DevOps strategy should be very much strong. You should have the high level of communication between the process and the teams. Your process, whatever defined, the DevOps strategy or the process, whatever you define, it should be capable to achieve continuous deployment without any manual intervention. And even after production implementation, also it should not create any trouble. Because earlier I got one question like this. Someone asked you, right? If anything goes wrong, then how to track it? That situation should not happen here, because the strategy will take care of it. All right. So we should have a proper testing, and we ensure that the product will be successful in production environment through this approach. So in general, whenever we talk about DevOps, it is not just about the DevOps tools going to decide. Okay, there are three important factors that is going to impact here. One is all about the people. So people are the key player here. Without their support, without their positive response, we cannot achieve DevOps. And next important thing is the process. without DevOps process, also it's very difficult to achieve continuous deployment. And finally, your tools comes into picture. Of course, tools also important, but we never give importance to tools at the very early stage, because tool means just a technology, right? It can change at any point of time. But the people and process plays a very important role. So that is the reason initially I said about the collaboration between the teams. If you see here, this definition, whatever I said, so it helps to promote the collaboration between the teams. Teams means the people who are all involved in the team. That is, it is their responsibility to come forward, and they should able to know move towards a changing business requirement. And it is, I'll tell you, it's a very, very difficult task to get the details from the people and make them to align with the DevOps strategy. So based upon the people responses and feedback, we can able to create the process. And once the process created, we can simply going to implement the process with the help of some tools. That's all. So what is the main challenge in DevOps? Like if you're talking about Agile means, I said in Agile, we can't achieve continuous deployment. Similarly, in a waterfall model, we can't accommodate new changes. Like this, in DevOps, what is the main challenge? What could be the challenge? I won't say it's a drawback, but what could be challenging entity here? Yes. Can you able to figure out?
It's a continuous delivery earlier, right?
Continuous
Delivery.
Okay. What else?
I feel the difficult part is continuous integration.
Okay, continuous integration. Then so what do you think? What could be the challenge of DevOps?
Automating troubleshooting, I mean, bug fixes, like self-healing code. We have in DevOps, we've automated almost from development till the deployment. But post deployment, if there is any issues occurring, that we cannot automate.
Okay, so you consider that as a challenge.
Yeah. DevOps, we are doing automation so that the program is self-sufficient, right? It runs on its own.
Okay, what else? What else? What are the other or the main challenge in DevOps? It's an open question, okay? Anyone can answer, please. See, as far as DevOps is concerned, the main issue in DevOps, the main, what do you call that? Challenge in DevOps is the people. Okay. People. They are the main challenge in implementing DevOps. Because assume, just consider scenario, we have a business that is running for many years. Assume that there is a retail business. They have retail e-commerce portal is available and it is running for many years. So there are a lot of developers, testing team involved in the process. They are doing their work for many years. Now, the business management wants to improve their process by introducing DevOps. And in the existing team, no one knows about DevOps. Only the management has decided to this implement DevOps. So now, when they approach us for implementing DevOps, it is our responsibility to talk with all the teams, and we should make them understand the importance of DevOps and the tools and its capabilities to implement it. Why? Because it is not just about implementing, okay? It is also a process of learning here. All the team members should learn something on DevOps. They should know about some DevOps tools like how to use Jenkins, how to use Docker, how to use Ansible, Terraform. So all these additional tools they have to learn now. Hope you're getting a point. So they are already comfortable in their zone. Okay, already they are doing their process and they think that they are doing their process very efficiently. But the business is not satisfied. So for that, as a third party, if you enter into that level and if you try to convince them, it is a very challenging task because it's all about the people's mindset. Okay, they should have that eager to learn new things and take the business to next level. If they are in their comfort zone, it is very difficult to extract data because based upon their inputs only you can define a process. Okay, so if you look into this thing here, if you talk about DevOps team, we have a lot of roles here. Like we have something called DevOps consultant, DevOps lead or architect, and leads. So these are the key players who will interact with the customers and who will interact with the application teams and other teams to define the process. So in order to define the process, first we should interact with all the people and get the required details. That is what the key part here. Once you're done with that, then implementing is very easy. Whether it is a before production or after production, even after production implementation also, we can able to smoothly implement our automation. It is possible. Got it? Because we are technical guys, we should know how to automate the process, everything. That is not an issue. But the process of involving the people to the DevOps is a very challenging task. Straight away, they say no, they won't give you a timeline to discuss, to enhance, to upgrade the process. So there will be certain routes. That's what for any DevOps guy, you should have that networking skill. You should able to interact with the customers. You should able to interact with any level of customers, any level of the technical team, and extract as much data as possible. That level of networking also a very important skill for DevOps people. So when I'm talking about DevOps team, you can consider this as a high level role, high profiles. And we are something like a DevOps. Let's say you are a fresher. Completely you're a fresher means your initial role will be like DevOps associate. And based upon the company standard, you'll be assigned the next after a year or after 1.5 years, you'll be considered as a senior associate. And then you'll be getting into engineer. Or senior DevOps engineer. And the next level it can be DevOps lead or senior lead, senior DevOps lead. So like that, you'll be getting into the architect level, and from there you'll be getting into consultant. Like that, your role will grow. So whenever you're trying to implement the ground level people, the associates, the engineers, the leads, they are responsible to work on the scripts. They'll be writing a script and they'll be automating the process. So all the DevOps technical things should be known by all these people. That's very important.
Here I have one question. I came to know one role as a SRE. What is the role of SRE and what is?
That is the next level of DevOps. Whatever
Okay.
you're learning here, it's all about DevOps. Okay. If you look into the evolution here, like initially we had something called waterfall, right?
Yeah.
And then we have something called agile. And now we're talking about DevOps. And then we have something called DevSecOps. And then we have something called SRE, Site Reliability Engineers or Site Reliability Engineering. Site Reliability Engineering. And we have something like GitOps. And what else? We have something called MLOps. Also, we have something called AIOps. Like this, there are a lot of opportunities in DevOps profile. So currently you are at this level. Okay. So once you implement DevOps, once you achieve continuous development for any customer, it doesn't mean that your work is over. Okay. You need to think about DevSecOps. And once DevSecOps is completed, the next level will be site reliability engineering. And then GitOps. Like that, there are a lot of opportunities in this field. Okay. Don't worry. So that is about the DevOps team and their roles and responsibilities. So if you are at this level till lead or senior lead, definitely you will code on day-to-day basis. If you're what do you call that, architect or consultant, you'll be managing a team. You'll be managing the team who is responsible for creating the scripts and interacting with customers and all those stuff. So you'll be considered as a strategy creator. The strategy, whatever we're talking about, right? The strategy, the process will be created by the consultant, the architect level, and it will be implemented by the lead and the below level. Is it? Am I clear with this, all of you?
Yeah, clear.
Okay. So hope you all received that poll, right? Poll or feedback from something. Can you respond?
Yes. Yes, yes.
So I can see some of you are still unable to understand things. I see 3 and 4 ratings. What it mean? Yeah, can you please respond to the poll? People who are available, can you please respond? Okay, thank you. So I'll come back to that in some time. So this is about the DevOps team and their roles and responsibilities. So as far as the DevOps is concerned, you should consider all these things, okay? Like starting from the DevOps team details, DevOps stages, DevOps life cycle, all the stuff. So once you identify this, then you can able to form a process, like how we can able to automate this. What are the stages we're going to have? And in each and every stage, what are tools you're going to use? Everything will be seen from there. So next thing is working with DevOps tools. So we'll start our work with Git. Okay, once we're done with Git, then we'll move on to another modules, like each and every one we'll see here. This one, right? So we'll be focusing on all these modules, guys. So first we'll start with Git module, and then I'll talk about Jenkins, build tools, Docker, and we'll continue. So before I proceed with the Git module, I'd like to talk something about your lab environment. So how are you going to practice your lab? In which platform are you going to practice? Okay. Hope you all are attentive now. Shall we?
Yes.
So first thing is, we are going to work in all these DevOps tools using AWS Cloud Platform. Okay. So in order to access to this, you should create a AWS free tier account. So AWS free tier account means through which you can able to avail the AWS services. At least for 12 months, it will be free for usage. So you can able to use all the AWS, almost all the AWS resources eligible for free tier account and practice it. So we are going to create some virtual machines, VMs to work on this tools. So we'll be creating it from AWS platform. Okay. So how many of you already have an account with AWS? Or you have to create? Okay. How many of you yet to create? You can put in chat and all.
I have my account.
I also already have the account.
Okay. Fine. So people who are completely new, I don't worry. I'll just help you to create the account. And apart from that, you should have an account. GitHub account. I think I will keep this on priority. So first thing is you should create a GitHub account. And second thing is about your AWS cloud platform where you can able to maintain your things. And then install SSH client. Okay. Install SSH client in your local machine. So what does SSH client means? It is a tool that helps to connect to your VMs, remote servers. It is a tool that helps to connect to your remote servers. So may I know what is your local machine? What is your current local machine you have now? Is that a Windows
10.
or?
Windows 10.
It's Windows.
So anyone using apart from Windows, like Mac or Linux?
I'm using Mac.
Mac, okay. Any Ubuntu users, local Ubuntu users?
I use Ubuntu in a VM.
No, not in a VM.
In
So now
host, no.
for, yeah, in your local machine, your local laptop, I'm asking.
It's Windows only.
Windows only, then it's fine. So what I recommend is all Windows users can download and install what do you call this? Mobile XTEM. Mobile XTEM is one of the SSH client. Don't worry, I'll be sharing you the link and all for installing this. You can make use of it. And the next thing is about Visual Studio Code. This is one of the IDEs we need for coding purpose. And also you can avail access to Docker Hub. Okay, so these are prerequisites. Okay, like if you want to practice your DevOps tools through this training, these are some prerequisites. So please try to have this in place. So first I'll show you about this too. To create an account in Google, what do you call that? Drive. Okay. So I just pinged you one link. Can you please access it? Guys, I have pinged you one link. Can you able to access it?
Yes, yes.
So if you already have an account, just log into that account. If you do not have account, you need to create it. So to create account, you should have a valid email ID. Use a valid email ID and create that account. Is it possible? Guys?
Okay, Hari.
So how many of you able to create account here? I expect everyone to create this account. Okay, that is must to have. Please confirm once it is done, guys, through chat.
Do you mean the GitHub one?
Yeah, it's a GitHub account. Okay, it will. You have to
Yeah,
create a GitHub. Use a
I
valid
have.
email ID.
So no, I'm asking, do you want access to it? Because I have one already and it's open.
So, Sai, what specific feature are you interested in? Is like this window is showing. So, what we need to check here? All the check boxes we need to check. Hello, Sai.
Yeah, what feature you're interested? It can be automation.
So, can I select all the, or only I can select particular like that?
See, there is no restriction there. If you want, you can select
Okay.
everything.
Okay. So, continue for free or start for free trial. So, which one?
Free only.
Okay. Continue. Okay. Thank you.
Is that completed?
Yes, I am completed.
Yeah. Harsha, don't worry. First, go with the flow. I'll be sharing some reference materials and documents for you in the upcoming sessions. And the class recordings, you'll be getting it through our support team. Support team will be sending the link. It will be uploaded to your Google Drive, and you'll be getting the link for that. So on daily basis, once the training is completed, it'll get uploaded there. So have you all done with this account creation? Hope you all have access now.
Yeah.
Anyone yet to do or any challenges?
Yeah, so it. Since well,
So you have created an account, right? Fine.
yes, it's hard
So
rated.
all of you, all of you listen, please. So now that you can see I have created a repository in GitHub account. Okay, in my account, I have created a dedicated repository for you. So just a quick info. A repository means it is a collection of GitHub is a remote repository. Okay, so repository means a collection of files and folders. So usually the development team will use this repositories to maintain the source code, application source code. Same way, we are going to use this for maintaining our documents. So if you see my repository here, I've just created the repository to maintain all the class notes and documents. So I've created a repository called training documents. Under that, you can see there is a class notes for today's session. So if you click on this file, you can able to see the class notes. Whatever we created now, I just upload it here. So this is how I'll be sharing the class notes on daily basis. Okay, so let me ping you this link. Hope you all can able to access this link now. Can you all able to access this link?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, able to access.
Okay. So apart from this, if there is any reference materials or reference documents needed, I'll be uploading it here itself. Okay. So once you access to this, I'll tell you one important thing. Listen, please. So I believe you must be on the same link, right? Same page now. So on this page, can you able to see there is an option called fork? Just click on fork button. Click on fork button. So once you click on fork, you should able to see something like this. Create fork. Can you able to see that? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in this page, just ensure that the owner ID is pointing to your ID. Is that showing your ID?
Yeah.
So just leave all the parameters default and click on create fork again. There is a button called create fork. Just click on create fork. Is that done?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the purpose of creating fork means? It is a process of copying the remote repository to your account. So already I have this remote repository and I'm just allowing you to copy this to your account. That's all. So it's a process of copying one remote repository to another remote repository. Now you can use your repository to access it. Let's say you can go to your account level and you can see the repository whatever copied to you. Instead of my ID, it should be yours actually. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. So going forward, this is how you'll be accessing. You don't need to get into my link. You can use your link to get the details. And whenever I make any incremental changes, tomorrow I can add new files here. If you want, I can add one more file if needed. Let me. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll upload one file for you. Okay. So I have uploaded one file here. That is one PDF file, AWS free tier account creation steps. So people who are completely new to AWS, you can use this link to create a free tier account. You can use this to create a free tier account. So this will give you a step-by-step instruction to create an account. So I just upload this document, okay? But if you want to get this file into your account, listen please. Can you able to see there is a sync fork option somewhere in mid of a page? Sync fork. Guys?
Yes, yeah, I got it.
So if you click on sync fork, you can able to see there is an option to update branch. Click on sync fork and update the branch. Then what are the changes I made? Everything will be available in your repository now. Like that, whenever I make any incremental changes, if you want to get the changes in your repository, you should click on sync fork. Easy.
Where is the phone?
So we are not getting this park also and this thing for also. We are in a first page dashboard also only. After that, we don't know the where we need to go.
Sai, I can't see the sync port here. Where can
Can
I?
I see?
So who's going to share screen now?
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah, try.
Yeah. Now currently I'm here. Okay.
See, listen,
So
please. Don't do anything. Listen to me first.
okay.
You just logged into your account, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to a chat window. This meeting chat window. I pinged you one URL, right? GitHub URL of my repository.
Yeah. Okay. This is already open.
This is one, right? So
Yeah.
here you can see there is a fork button, right?
Yeah.
I click on it and
Okay.
scroll down. Guys, others also please follow. So once you get into my URL, application source code repository URL, click on fork and you're getting this page and click on create fork again. So now the repository has been forked. Okay, it is creating the new copy and it is in your,
Okay.
correct, under your couple B29 itself, you can see the training document folder repository.
Yeah.
See
Yeah.
on top left, what you can see.
Yeah.
So now you already have all the updated things. The 3 files, what updates are available there. So now the branch is up
Yes.
to date.
Okay. Okay. Okay,
So going
thank you.
forward,
Thank you.
whenever I make any changes, you can see
Mm-hmm.
the sync fork button, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you click on sync fork button, you can able to
Mm-hmm.
update the changes in your repository.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Okay.
Any questions from anyone?
Yeah, actually, I can't see the sync fork button in my GitHub.
Okay.
I was able to fork that for the first time. After that, like, I don't know where is the button.
No, if the repository is up to date,
Hmm.
you don't need to do it again.
Okay, okay.
So can you able to see the AWS free tier account document there?
Okay, okay. Yeah, now I'm able to see because I tried in your repo itself. I was checking in your repo itself. Yeah, yeah. Now I'm able to update. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I can't see the AWS one. Only I can see the two files, which is DevOps intro and README.
Can you click on sync fork and try once?
It was showing like discard 0 commits.
Okay, do one thing, share your screen.
Okay. Is it visible now?
I think it is coming up. Yes.
Okay.
So currently you are in your repository and you can see the branch is one commit behind, right? There is a message.
Okay.
On the same line, you can see sync fork, right? Click on that.
Yeah, but it was showing like discard 0 commits.
So just press the refresh your page first of all. On top,
Okay.
yeah, refresh this page.
Yeah, now I can see. Okay, thank you. Got it.
That's it. All right, guys. So that's all about the introduction module, where you should clearly understand the purpose of DevOps, its various stages, and the process, and especially the roles and responsibility of the DevOps team member. Tomorrow, if you are in part of DevOps team, what will be your role there? On that perspective, you should understand. And also, you must have created the repository to gain access to my class notes, right? So the next step is we are going to concern about the AWS account creation process. Okay. So in order to create AWS account, you can able to get into one link. Let me show you the link. So if you get into this link, from this link, you can able to create an account. Okay. If you are new to that account, just click on sign up or create a user account and follow the document which I shared with you. So let me put this link in chat window as well. Don't do it now. Okay. Just follow because it takes some time. Don't try this now. It's not required. It's not a priority. So please listen here. So to create a AWS account, you need a valid email ID. And you should have a valid mobile number. And also you should have a valid credit card or debit card with international transaction. With interest transaction. All right. So these are three important things. If you want, I can quickly show you that how I've used it. Let's say this is a PDF. If you click on the PDF, you should able to open it. If it is not getting open means maybe it is because of the size of the PDF. It is unable to open here. So you'll be getting this message. Hope you're listening to me. So in this case, what you're going to mean, there is a download button here. Can you see this? Or go to your repository level. And here in this code level, you can see there is an option called download zip. Hope you're listening to this. Hello, am I audible to all?
Yes,
Yes.
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 So I'm trying to give you the steps to access your PDF. If the size of a PDF is very heavy, it won't allow you to open it in the browser. So you have to download your local machine and then only you can able to access it. So now just go to the repository level. At your repository level, there is a code button, right? From here, you can able to click on download zip. So the entire repository will download to your local machine as a zip file, extract the zip file and open the PDF. Right.
Okay.
And the PDF has all the steps. What are things you need to perform? Just follow the steps one by one. It will be easy for you to implement. So you can take a week time. Tomorrow is not a priority for AWS account creation. Tomorrow we'll start with a Git module. And Git, you are going to practice only local machine. But for next week, you'll be using your AWS account. So please ensure that next week, before you log in, you have AWS account available. And the next prerequisite is your SSH client. So as I said, all the Windows users can have this MobaXterm. Let me ping you the link for MobaXterm.
So putty is fine with if you're not MobaXterm then.
Are you using putty already?
Yeah.
If you're using putty, then you can continue with that.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is a link from where you can able to download MobaXterm. So the link which I pinged you in chat window. Okay. So if you get into this link, it will be, you can see there are two editions. Just select home edition, click on download. It will take you to next page, and here you can select installer edition. Installer edition. Just download the installer edition in your machine and try to install it. And you also keep it ready for next week, not now. It's not a priority. Just I'm giving you the information. Is that fine?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, if you don't have Visual Studio Code, I'll ping you the link for Visual Studio Code as well. You can do it offline. Yeah, this is the link through which you can download Visual Studio Code. So if you are a Windows user, just download this installer version and run this executable. It will install Visual Studio Code. Similarly, for Mac users and Ubuntu users, you can use the following methods. Just let me share this link. And finally here, see, all these things are offline activities. Okay, don't try anything now. Just listen. It's not a priority. And the last thing is about Docker Hub. Docker Hub account creation also is not a priority, but I expect you to create it by next week. So this is also as like how you created your GitHub account. It will expect an email ID. Just enter a valid email ID and create account, and ensure that you can even log into that. So are we good with all these prerequisites now? So at this point, you must have completed the first activity. Remaining 4 activities are for the upcoming sessions. You can do all these things offline, but you should know how to do this now. Are we good with this?
Yes, sir.
So let me update this document also. That's all. I'll just stop with this for now. Last 20, 15, 10 minutes. If you have any queries, please let me know. Let's use it for the QA. Are we good with this? Are you able to manage the session? Are you able to understand my workflow? Yeah. My face, everything is fine for you or any
Yes.
concern?
No
So,
concern.
Sai, I have one question. How much coding is required? Actually, I missed that point, previous one then. How
No,
much coding is required?
no. Only thing is we'll be dealing with some scripting languages.
Okay,
So for the sake of automation, what are scripting you'll be doing? That is more than sufficient. We are not going to do any application development here, right?
okay,
So we are going to use some YAML scripting or some Groovy scripting just for this process automation. That's all. So I'll share the
okay,
details. So once we start with the lab and modules, I'll show you what are things needed there, and I share you some reference materials also to learn about scripting.
okay, okay. So this Groovy and YAML is same like that Unix scripting, Linux like that?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, okay. Thank
And Loxa, my question is, how is DevOps different from Agile?
See, both are used for planning your build and application development and deployment process. So Agile is more into the process or the task oriented activities, not even process. I can say Agile is more into task oriented activities. Whenever you get any task, the task has to be completed within a sprint. How you are doing a task, how efficiently you're doing the task, that is secondary. I have to complete it. That's all the expectation. But DevOps is not like that. Task is important, but in order to effectively do the task, we have to follow a certain process. So the process-based implementation is effectively done with the help of DevOps only. Why? Because consider scenario today I just started with the automation. I've just created automation. Assume that in agile methodology, I have been assigned with one task for the sprint. I have 2 weeks time to complete the task. I've completed it. It is successfully completed, executed. Down the line after 3 months, if I'm getting the same task, I'll be assigned to that, and I don't have any scope for automation or I don't have any scope for reusing it because the task was designed for the particular sprint. It is not for the entire project level. So the proactive view of implementation is nullified in your agile methodology. But in DevOps, it's not like that. Before you start anything, first you should define a process. The process will always ensure that whatever the task you do for this particular sprint, you should never repeat it. It should be reusable. The script, whatever you create, it should be reusable. You should not recreate any script for the same task. On that perspective only, we'll define the process and strategy. Because it's all about automation, right? Automation means what? I don't want to do the manual activities and I don't want to do the repeated activities. Is that clear? So like this, at each and every level, you can able to experience some improvement in the process, some improvement in the implementation, everything. So always the DevOps is subjected for continuous improvement. Clear?
Yeah, thank you.
Like even in Agile and all, what we do, agile process, every day there will be a status call, right? Or a sprint updates, status call will be there, right?
Yeah. Yes.
What is the need for that?
To update the team on your progress of your task, or if there's any issues, to identify them and let everyone know.
So it means by default there is no collaboration, and you are thinking that you are creating collaboration with the help of the status call, right? Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as a Scrum manager or the lead, will be having a daily status call to collect the status or the progress of the team, what they're doing, what they did on day-to-day basis. The person who is conducting that or doing that activity, he thinks that he's effectively managing the status and progress. But the reality is he's just wasting nearly 2 hours of time of every individual on daily basis, right? So that is what the main issue in DevOps. We no need to enforce all those things. We don't need to have whatever the developer doing, it should get automatically updated and it should be transparent to everyone. So I need to set up a separate call for sharing my status. It is not at all required. That is what the mature level of DevOps means. Because I'm running in my race now, actually. Okay, I'm already there. My product has to be deployed on daily basis. On every hour, I want to deploy some product. So while I'm working for that particular objective, I can't find time to share my feedback on daily basis. That is how your Netflix, Amazon, your what is Facebook, all their deployment models, DevOps models are implemented. No one will just set up a call and get the status of others. Whatever they do, it is transparent. It's available on forum. Anyone can able to access it. So that is what the mature level of DevOps means. So continuous improvement. That is what the main objective here. So we are talking about continuous development, continuous delivery, deployment, testing. All these things are meant for continuous improvement in DevOps.
Thank you. That helps.
Yeah. So how was the session, guys? Are you guys able to manage me? Huh?
Yeah, yes, I.
Yes, I. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I.
There is any issues, just let me know. If you think I'm going fast or if you are unable to follow, just let me know on day one itself, that too in here itself. Because I can see from the feedback and responses, there are still people giving level 3, rating 3 and 4. I'm not sure what went wrong there. If you are unable to understand anything or if you find it difficult, you can raise the concern directly so that we can work on it. I'm not sure for whom you are sharing this pointers. I don't really understand. So going forward, the sessions, the topics will be very much intense because from tomorrow itself, we'll be starting with our tool. So you have to be very attentive, and so sharp at 9:30, I'll start the session. Please be on time. And tomorrow and day after tomorrow, that is for next 2 days, we'll be working on this module, and gradually we'll get into other modules.
Sorry, what do you mean next 2 days? This is the weekend class, right?
I mean, working days.
Okay, all right.
No. Sai, like I have one small doubt. Like recently you added one commit, no? In that like all the URLs you have mentioned and you have added a commit. So like that also, like do we need to sync that fork or?
Yeah, you have to sync it.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
each and every change, if you want it to reflect on your account, you have to sync it.
Okay, means like what it implies, like previously, like I have downloaded the zip file. Now you have added one more commit, so that change is not there in that previous downloaded file. So if
Yeah,
I
you,
sync it and
because
if I
you,
download, like that will be reflected in my zip
yeah,
file,
yeah,
correct?
that's right.
Okay, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys. So if you don't have any question, then I don't want to. Then we'll connect in the next session. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for your time. We'll see you in the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all.